What's up, dudes? How's everybody feeling? Welcome to part 10, KSP Career Mode. We're going to dial in our launch escape system and everything for the capsule today in preparation for our first manned flight in this KSP Career Mode save. What a day yesterday was, huh? What a day yesterday. That's pretty good. Also, we should have an Electron launch here in about 30 minutes. We'll pop that in on the stream too. The Owl New World should be happening here momentarily. Why, who's escaping? Well, the launch. Oh, nice, Ernock. There you go. That was an 11 out of 10 launch, dude. It was awesome, man. It was quite good. Quite good. I don't know, dude, you never know, like, what the vibes are going to be on the other side of a launch, right? It's like, you never know. You don't know if it's going to be good, if it's going to be bad, because, we don't know what's going to happen, right? Like, man. Yeah, the vibe shifted yesterday, as the kids would say. It's, yeah, future's looking very bright for Starship. It's, pretty good. Pretty good. Pretty good, dude. It's, it's awesome. Oh, boy. It's also pretty cool to see Elon Photobomb on the live stream. That was pretty cool. Yeah. That was pretty good. Pretty good. All right, let's well, I was going to say fire up Kerbal, but we could just chill for a second if you want until wait for everybody to pile in, watch the launch and then start up the career, right? We were pleased to see the ship's thermal protection system did quite well, and they did the banking maneuver. Yeah. Yeah, Starbase Live birds. Yeah, it's great. You were kidding when you had said it would do everything the shuttle did and more. My mind was blown when it was turning during the approach. Guys, look, I'll admit it. On Flame Trench, I thought that the thing would fly like over the tower and then just belly flop down and come back in. Alex was saying they were going to do a heading alignment maneuver like the shuttle, and he was right, dude. He was spot on. I've never been happier to be wrong, dude. Never been happier. That's awesome. It's so freaking cool. Now, okay, why is that heading alignment maneuver a big deal? Why is that okay, so what? It can fly. Well, dude, it can fly. It has cross range capability. Dude, it has cross range capability like the shuttle. So, okay, what does that mean? Well, okay. So first of all, Starship being able to do those subsonic and supersonic maneuvers like that, and being able to have cross range capability, allows it to do pinpoint landings. So, I mean, it could do pinpoint landings without it, right? Obviously, you could still do it, but that opens up a huge scope of mission capability that wasn't there before. In the exact same way as the shuttle, like, okay, so in space, like you launch a capsule, right? You have to wait, right? If say we launch a capsule up to the ISS, right? It detaches and you kind of have to wait until it's, to get to the right orbit to get over the recovery area. Capsules have cross-range capability. Like they can turn a little bit, but it's not like this. It's not like the shuttle or Starship at this point, right? The cross-range capability that Starship has demonstrates that you don't need to wait. You really don't need to wait until the next orbit to get this thing back to a tower. You don't. It can just do that hypersonic drift, just like the shuttle could do, through space or through re-entry, and then it can basically steer to a precise target. Just like the shuttle could do that going back to a runway and landing, right? The shuttle lands on a runway, right? And Starship does the flip and burn, right? But it's pretty much the same thing. It's the same exact idea. This makes it so, for instance, if you're doing like a tanking mission, right? You're doing a tanking mission, you can do a once around, no problem. So launch Starship up there, get it on an immediate rendezvous, right? With a tanker or a depot, refuel, separate, go around, right? And land. Or you could go up there and you could, do 2 to 3 orbits, and then it could re-enter and then do a drift and then come back down and land. You don't need to wait. You don't need to wait until your trajectory gets over your recovery area. Because it can maneuver through re-entry, just like the shuttle could. The shuttle could do the same thing. And that is an amazing capability. Now, the other thing to take into account here is that it can maneuver around cities. So, for instance, if you're coming in for a landing, say you're coming in from a polar orbit, and in the future a starship's trying to land at Vandenberg, for instance. If you're coming back from a polar orbit, you're going to fly right over the bay. You're going to fly right over San Francisco Bay. There's a lot of people there. You do not want that thing coming apart over the bay, right? You just fly around it and then come in and land in Lompoc, no problem. If there was a starship tower there, that's just the first thing that popped into my head. No issues. Or if you're coming back to the Cape, right? Some of the trajectories might have you go over Ocala, Florida, or you might go over Bradenton or something because you're coming kind of at an angle. Actually, for you guys, it'd be like this, right? If the Cape is right here on the East Coast of Florida, right? And here's the West Coast of Florida. So like Tampa's here, Orlando's here, the Cape is here. Ocala's up here, and Bradenton is down here. You could just fly around those. You just fly around them like the shuttle did. It just did S-turns around cities, so if something did go weird, it wouldn't like land in a city somewhere, right? Someone mapped it out. You guys saw the Space Engineer post. Dude, Space Engineer is my dog. I love this guy. This guy is thinking about the exact same kind of stuff that we're thinking about over here. Look at this. So Space Engineer overlaid Starship's trajectory over what it would look like around the port of Brownsville. Or around Brownsville, around South Texas. Look, Starship, you don't need to worry about flying over McAllen, Velasco, Harlingen, Brownsville, anything. You could just fly around it. They could just fly around it, use the channel right here. I forget what it's called. I'm blanking on the name, but you get the idea. It could basically fly in around Port Mansfield and go between Port Isabel, right? Port Isabel and South Padre, and just jet right back to Starbase, man. Yeah, this is from Space Engineer. We like Space Engineer. This guy's awesome. This is the exact stuff that I was thinking about with that cross-range capability. It's amazing. It could just fly around cities. It just fly around them. I read that as B-12 hostage. Yeah, right. You just fly around it. No big deal. Yeah, you can. Yeah, Jim, that's what I'm saying. That basically opens up Starship to do anything and more that the shuttle could do. So the Starship could do polar once around for defense missions. The defense missions that they dreamed about doing during the shuttle program, but didn't have the stones to do. Yeah, polar once around, no problem. Easy peasy. Heck, it could do a polar once around out of the Cape if you really want to. You could do polar once around out of the Cape and land in Texas. No problem. With Starship's cross-range capability, you launch the dogleg trajectory out of Florida. You go down the coast of Florida, right? Over Cuba. Super Heavy turns around, comes back, gets caught. Starship does its once around. The Earth spins, and by the time it comes back over, you're over the Gulf. And just steer right into Texas. Boom. Done. Easy peasy. Then you want to send the ship back over there, you use the breakover device or launch it on a suborbital. Just lob it back over there. No problem. It's crazy. I thought that Starship had cross-range capability. I just didn't think it had that much. I really didn't I really didn't think it could do what I saw it do, like, during that reentry. I really didn't think it could do that, just because of the shape. But it's very clear that there's some trickery going on. There's some trickery going on with it, and it can absolutely get it done. Yeah, Zach's time lapse. He time lapsed the thing. Watch. So watch Starship. It's gonna whoop. Oh, that's S turns, baby. That's just like the space shuttle. Oh, that's so freaking cool, man. That was the point where my brain just went, "Duh." They really did raid the shuttle archives. I'll say it once, I'll say it again, man. Hellfish, I've been saying for years, the shuttle is a lot better of a design than everybody gives it credit for. That thing was amazing. This thing could do all this. It could do this. In 1981, it could do it. They just never, they built all this capability into it and then never did it because they got cold feet. It could do that. The shuttle could do exactly this, man. You could lob the shuttle on a suborbital trajectory if you really wanted to. Mats, I didn't see much burn through. Minimal amounts of burn through. Don't get me wrong, there still was some ablation from the tiles, for sure. And there was a lot of parts coming off of the thing. But, dude, the reason why there was ablation is because they removed... Dude, I don't even know how many tiles they removed off that thing. I got to show you. Hold on. My buddy Max over at NSF, Max Evans has a good picture. I'll show you. It is ridiculous how many tiles they took off this thing, and it just doesn't care. Here, look at... Actually, this is a shot from SpaceX. This isn't from Max, but... Max, look at that. Dude, there's entire clusters of tiles gone. Like, they weren't even taking off single tiles, dude. There's clusters. There's 4 tiles missing there, 4 tiles missing there, 4 missing there on the wings. There's 2 missing there on that surface, right? There's 1 missing up at the leading edge. Dude, you gotta be kidding me. On both sides. You got 4 missing there, 4 missing there, 4. Dude, look at this. How did this thing not break? I mean, dude, not only do you have tiles missing, but you have tiles missing on critical bulkheads right here. That's the dome. That's the common dome between the methane tank and the liquid oxygen tank right there. The LOX tank is here and the methane tank's there. See how the tile pattern changes? There are tiles just missing at the bulkhead. Whatever, no problem.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I mean, not only do you have missing tiles, but you have asymmetric missing tiles. And if you guys see, it's all on the starboard side of the ship. And when they went through reentry, they dipped that side in. This is the side that got dipped into the oncoming flow when it did that S-turn. They angled it down and turned it so that side was getting wailed on by reentry heat. It was fine. It didn't care. It didn't care. So the ablation that did come was coming from these areas that ablated. This part kind of melted, but it's no big deal. Do you think Block 3 will have missing tile experiments? I think the first one will, Cold Tech, yeah. But I think the more we see these flights, the less you're going to see tiles missing. Dude, I can't believe this. Dude, it did cross-range capability with like 100 tiles missing. That's, like, I've been saying, dudes, for a while now that, you have 1 or 2 tiles missing with the shuttle, that's death. But you know what, dudes? I'm starting to think that, okay, this is a little bit of a wild thought. I was thinking about this when I was falling asleep last night. And I slept great. I think the shuttle could lose more tiles than NASA thought it could. STS-27 lost like 5 or 6 tiles. It's all right. I mean, it almost failed. It was close, but it was fine. But there was no way for NASA to really demonstrate tile out capability like that. There was no way to do it. They didn't know. In fact, the NASA engineers, the thermal protection system engineers, even after the first flight, were worried about a phenomenon called tile unzipping. So if one tile is missing, the plasma is going to get forced up in there and it's going to go behind the tile, behind the next tile behind it, and it's going to pop it off. And it'll pop off the next one and the next one, and it'll pop off 4 or 5, and then you're screwed, right? Unzipping was something they were super worried about. Unzipping was something they were super worried about, but it never happened. It never happened. It never happened. They were worried that it could happen, but it never happened. STS-27 is a great example. They lost tiles because a booster separation motor ignited, or a booster parachute motor or something ignited when, like on the way up, and it took out a bunch of tiles on the shuttle, and it still came back. I'm starting to think that the shuttle could lose more tiles than NASA let on. I mean, I'm really happy they never tested that, but like when you lose roof shingles. Exactly, Orion. Yeah. Starship also uses a mechanical connection to keep tiles on in some areas. Yeah. All right. Anyway, Owl New World is up here. Let's see.
Next mission for Japan's satellite data and analytics company Inspector. Today's launch is called Owl New World, a continuation of our owl-themed mission names that reference Inspector's Strix series satellites.
The mission names all relate to owls because Strix, the name for their satellites, is also a genus of owls that belong to a certain owl family, sometimes commonly called wood owls. And we've launched 6 owls or satellites on Electron before, but the one on today's launch is a next-generation Strix that Inspector will use for its synthetic aperture radar imaging constellation. It's also the first of 21 upcoming missions to build out that constellation before the end of the decade, the largest multi-launch agreement we have in place for a single customer.
Check this out. This inspective satellite couldn't fit in Electron's like kind of vanilla fairing, so they put little blisters on the sides to make the satellite fit. You could see that the satellite is a cube that's about this big, and they put there's 4 blisters on the sides of the fairing so they could fit the satellite correctly.
The wide body of that Strix satellite.
Could you build a new shuttle with stainless today? Darkru, I would not build the shuttle with stainless today. Darkru, part of me thinks that the shuttle design is good. And the more I think about it, the more in retrospect, especially with what Starship is proving, I think that the shuttle's design is good. I think that NASA didn't have the resources or the programmatic management to see that program through correctly. Like they built it. It would be like if SpaceX built Falcon 9 and had Falcon 9 1.1, which was one of the first boosters to be reused or to be landed, right? Everybody remembers the first landing, the Orbcomm 2 booster, which was a version 1.2 Falcon 9, right? But right after that, in January 2016, SpaceX landed the Jason 3 mission, which was a Falcon 9 1.1. The shuttle program is like if SpaceX decided that, Falcon 9 Block 3, so the 1.2 full thrust version was good enough and just froze the design there and then just tried to do what they did with Block 5 with that. No, there were still systems on the shuttle that needed to be redesigned or honed in and stuff. And they just never did it because they were worried about safety, especially after Challenger. But the real thing is to see the thing through. But really, like, you can't do that when you're flying people all the dang time. The shuttle needed a way to be able to be tested with nobody on board. It really did. Like waterfall style testing with the shuttle really was its undoing. The other thing that I have kind of a problem with is that, the shuttle was touted as an airplane, right? It was touted as an airplane. Here, this is just promo footage. It was touted to be like an airplane, but they didn't test it like an airplane. They tested it like a rocket. So they flew it 4 or 5 times, and then they said, no, it's good. No, that's not how airplanes are tested. Airplanes have thousands of flight hours before you ever see passengers, right? So why are we testing our spaceship like like it's a capsule and not like it's an airplane, right? It's very strange to me. But yeah, the more I see what Starship is doing, the more I think, dang, dude, the shuttle design was just so freaking good for the time. It's so good that SpaceX is borrowing ideas from it. That's how good the shuttle design actually was. Kachuk is out for 4+ weeks because of a dirty cross-check to the hands. You're absolutely cursed. Huh? What a day. Yeah, Chris. Anyway, I'm going to pick up the count here for the Owl New World launch here. It's T-minus 12 minutes out.
Toss station dialed in mission core proceeding with the go no go sequence. Stage?
Stage is go.
Avionics.
Avionics is go.
Bro.
GNC.
GNC's go.
The heck is it with obnoxious Seattle fans? What the hell is this?
D1 is go.
GC.
GC is go.
The heck, you guys are freaking everywhere.
PLS is go.
RSO.
RSO is go.
MET.
Med is go.
MM.
MM is go.
LD sub.
LD sub is go.
Oh no, we're game recognized game now.
Sequence complete QRT.
Boston fans are insufferably annoying. I know, I understand that, but I'm also going to play my part for the good of the team.
Time the 3 warp procedure is in effect.
Great news from Mission Control.
All right, guys, I'm going to run the ads here. We're 11 minutes out, but I run the ads so nobody gets ads on Twitch during the launch. Let's go.
Set for 5:33 a.m. local time.
Energia was better, Buran was not. I think Energia is one of the best launch vehicle architectures ever devised. It's also the most expensive by a long shot. Buran was okay. Okay, I think the shuttle is a better design if you're looking at reuse. Energia is expendable. And I know what people are going to say. Well, they had plans to reuse it. Yeah, they had plans to reuse the shuttle as well. Oops. Sometimes plans don't materialize, man.
Virginia, where we have a launch pad for Electron and HASTE missions out of Rocket Lab Launch Complex 2 within the Mid-Atlantic Regional Spaceport.
And of course, right next door is our brand new launch site for our much bigger rocket Neutron.
Is that a Harbor
and no
Freight gantry
surprises with
crane?
what we've named this one after Launch Complex 1. And 2, of course, comes Launch Complex 3, which is our dedicated test, launch, and landing site for our upcoming medium-lift reusable rocket.
Yeah, you're just insufferable.
We cut the
Hibbett, I
ribbon
agree.
on Launch Complex 3 just over 6 weeks ago, actually, after building it from the ground up in under 2 years. An incredible achievement made possible with some great partnerships and solid teamwork. Now, here's more about Launch Complex 3.
Ooh.
And Launch Complex 3, looks a little different than most other orbital launch pads of a vehicle this class. And we
Yeah, the B-roll music is gonna kill it. Is gonna kill this VOD.
to support this rocket. You'll see the pad is quite clean with its propeller.
Here, I'll just repeat what he's saying. They're trying to minimize the amount of infrastructure needed at the pad. World-class medium lift facility. It's on reinforced concrete foundations. 5,000 cubic yards of concrete. 700 tons of steel in the launch mount. Water tower has 200,000 gallon capacity. Electrical systems are right there. Prop farms on the left and right. Hey, Alex. There's upgrades planned. Huh. They're going to upgrade the integration architecture over time and upgrade the tank farms too. It's probably a sound suppressor, Violent. Revolutionary operating model. Expanding the capability at Wallops. They're excited about launching Neutron in the future. Expansion of launch capability at Wallops. Can't launch everything from the Cape. The U.S. needs Wallops and the Cape to go to the moon and onto Mars. All right. The captions are disabled, guys, or else I would have enabled them, dudes. Can't wait for the test campaigns with the flight hardware. Dude, that dude said that they were going to introduce block upgrades to the integration equipment.
You know, Sir Peter said at the opening that he thinks the site looks so good it could be an architectural monument, and I'd agree with that. What do you think, Lakita?
Yeah, most definitely. It looks really good, and some of the stats behind the build are just incredible. More than 5,000 cubic yards of concrete foundations, over 700 tons of steel in the launch mount, a water tower with a 200,000 plus gallon capacity, and nearly 200,000
You know, with the clouds, that looks like a live
for
shot.
propellant storage tanks. Just a super impressive amount of infrastructure and construction that's gone into LC3, given how sleek it looks from the outside.
Absolutely. A really excellent job by the local Wallops Island team and contractors that made it happen. And with Launch Complex 3 now officially open, that does mean soon we'll be starting to see Neutron flight hardware make its way to the site for complete integrated systems testing
There you go,
and
John.
launch operations in the lead up to its maiden flight.
You think we'll get
Super
Neutron
excited
and/or
to see it all
Nova
coming
before the
together
next
now.
flight of Starship?
Also, how cool would it be if we were launching to Mars from Mars? When Neutron launches from Virginia, it will bring the largest lift capacity to the eastern shore in the spaceport's history. And what better way to utilize that capability than to help
I think we'll get
build
Neutron.
crucial
Not sure about
infrastructure
Nova.
for
I don't
Mars
think Nova.
exploration.
Nova's next year.
That's the vision we have for our Mars telecommunication orbiter, a spacecraft to provide communications for future crewed and robotic missions at Mars.
Now, it's raining at Starbase. That's what that noise is. Now, this launch here, we're 5 minutes out. This launch is from the Mahia Peninsula. This is from New Zealand. They're talking about their new launch site in Virginia in the United States. And Neutron's launch capability here. I can't listen to that. Here, enjoy the rain pattering. So this is Rocket Lab basically once again showing off that they can do Martian architecture with their, it's kind of built in with their design. They can do Martian architecture for Mars sample return. It's been raining since Sunday morning, Nick. That guy watching college football on Mars? Who's playing? Is that Michigan State? It looked like Michigan State versus Ole Miss. Hang on, let's get up live. Or is it Mississippi State? Did you see the rainfall totals chart I put in Discord? Some of your area got 6 inches. I'd believe that, Jim. I should have put a bucket out so we could figure out how much water we got. But dude, it is still pouring here. It's still raining.
Is known as the final count. And by this point, Electron is topped up with its fuel and oxidizer propellants, with the liquid oxygen set at a super cold cryogenic temperature that
This
will
launch
cause
is live
moisture
visual,
on the
yep.
outside of the rocket to freeze. And that's where you can see those white stripes against Electron's black carbon composite structure.
The operators in mission control are making their way through their final checks so that all launch systems are green and remain green right at the T0 mark. By this point as well, Electron's
Thanks, Ollie.
flight computer will have taken over the countdown to run through the final automated sequences before launch. Electron's first and second stages will be fully pressurized and ready for launch. And then it's down to launch
Hey, X-Wing.
directive's final count,
How'd you sleep?
along with the
I
mission
slept great.
clock from T-minus 10 seconds till liftoff.
We are just moments away from those final actions now, so we're going to bring up the audio channels from Mission Control to listen in, and then Lakita and I will be back with you after liftoff. So go Electron, go Synspective, and go Strix.
So, guys, we're going to watch basically until payload separation, third stage SEP. They usually coast for a long time so they get to another ground station. We're going to watch until there, and then we'll go work on our own rockets in KSP.
The vehicle is fully on internal power. AFTS is green and enabled for flight.
No, that's true, John. You asked me 6 weeks ago, I would have said you're
Launch
nuts.
load is complete. System is in recirculation.
Never been happier to be wrong, dude. 80 seconds. It is, Coltec, yes. Yeah, the square satellite goes in the circle hole. That's right. So this is the Owl New World launch.
Anti-geysering is disabled.
Guys, we're 1 minute out. Owl New World is a synspective, synthetic aperture radar Earth observation satellite. It's commercial imaging.
Stage 1 and 2 tanks are pressed for flight.
Rocket Lab just signed a huge 10-launch contract with Synspective to launch more of these satellites on Electron.
High launch approach enabled.
Which is why Rocket Lab's stock went boing, you know. The fairing has blisters on the sides to fit the satellite in it, Alex. Oh, yeah? They just made the fairing a little bit bigger. Okay, 20 seconds out.
T-minus 20 seconds and counting.
Okay, we should see the water systems turn on here in a moment.
10, 9,
There it is.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3,
Ignition.
1.
Good separation and a good liftoff. The Owl New World launch is in the air.
Beginning pitch over.
Stage 1 propulsion is
30
nominal.
seconds in, everything looks good. Good call on stage 1 propulsion.
There goes Electron, launching into an all-new world with our 7th mission for Synspective. We've cleared the pad, and Electron is now about 42 seconds into flight and climbing nominally in both speed and
A little
altitude.
windy over there in New
which
Zealand
means
today.
next up for this
See the
phase
rocket
of
kinda
flight
moving
will
around a
be
little
max Q, or maximum aerodynamic pressure. The guidance, navigation, and control
Vehicle
team will give us a
supersonic
call
approaching
once we've
max
cleared
Q.
that point in the launch, so let's
60
listen in.
seconds, everything looks good.
Cleared max Q.
There we go. Electron has successfully cleared max Q, and the first stage's 9 Rutherford engines are burning hot to take us past 16 kilometers in altitude now at over 2,000 kilometers an hour. Now, those engines have another 60 seconds or so to go before we reach the next point in
T
flight,
plus 90,
which
everything
is
looks
main
good.
engine cutoff, or MECO, on the first stage. And this
It
is
is
when
orange.
all 9 of those engines shut down at the same time, just ahead of Electron's second stage
January
separation
draft.
event. That
Guidance
shutdown
nominal.
helps to ease Electron's velocity just a touch for stage separation before the second stage's own Rutherford engine ignites for its engine burn to deliver the mission closer to orbit.
There's a star.
This all happens very quickly, within just a few seconds, so keep an eye across the views in front of you
Stage
to
1
watch it all
propulsion
from
nominal.
Electron's onboard
Stand by
cameras.
for MECO,
And let's
must be
listen in
30
for those
seconds.
calls from Mission Control.
Should be coming up on main engine cutoff in about 30 seconds.
Enter it burnout detect mode.
10 seconds till staging.
Everything looks good. Yeah, this looks fine to me.
Miko
There's Miko.
confirmed.
Separation confirmed.
That was the sound of the separator.
Stage 2 ignition confirmed.
Ah, yeah, second stage audio. That's awesome.
A beautiful sequence of events there.
Did you hear the separator?
Successful
Boom.
Miko, state separation, and second stage
Cool.
ignition, all within a matter of seconds for Electron.
Up next,
The
we
spark-
should see Electron's arrowhead fairing separate and fall.
The spark at shutdown, Chris, was just a little bit of combustion instability during shutdown transients. It happens. That's totally normal. There goes the fairing.
Confirmed.
Blister fairing jettison
Nice one.
confirmed.
There goes.
So when a rocket engine shuts down, sometimes they burp. That's the best way I can describe it. Like, sometimes they burp, sometimes they cough, sometimes they sputter. It happens. As long as it doesn't blow the thing up, you're fine. I mean, you don't want to, like, have the rocket, proverbially, like, hawk up a lung, because then, it explodes. But, yeah, you do get some of that during shutdown. That spark was fine. That spark was caused by a little bit of combustion instability for a split second during shutdown. They're not reusing the first stage. Who cares? It doesn't matter. If it was me, I would note it. I've never seen it spark particularly like that. But if you look, there are some sparks coming out of the second stage engine. It happens. That one is just because of using Carolox propellants. You do get some combustion instability. It happens. Just a little bit, though. Like, that engine's healthy. It's working just fine. Either that or they changed the camera around, dudes, because it definitely looks like this is, like, the nozzle's glowing a little bit more than what we've seen on past launches. I think they switched the camera optics up on us, maybe. I don't ever remember that thing glowing like that, but yeah, everything looks fine here. Yeah, you do get that. You're getting a little bit of nozzle degradation. It happens, dude. It happens. That's no problem. I noticed that this is a different camera angle, guys. We usually see the battery in the corner, but we don't see whatever these things are. I don't know what this is. I think that's the battery right there. I don't know what that thing is. It looks like some kind of pressure vessel that's covered in multi-layer insulation, but I'm not sure.
And you might actually see the spent batteries from the stage 2 disconnect and fall away when that happens. So look out for a shiny silver object being jettisoned to know that the battery hot swap has taken place.
Yeah, Alex, when the second stage separated, you heard the turbine spool. But it was spooling with an electric motor, which is why it went zzz, and then the engine turned on. That's cool, man. Small COPVs. It could be for attitude control on the second stage, Valxy. I don't know. I've never seen this view
Nominal
before.
200 seconds remaining.
Usually you have the batteries kind of like in the top of the frame, but I've never seen these here. But then again, I haven't, sometimes they launch in the middle of the night for me, so I don't really see it. Why does a rocket jettison its batteries? So Neely, it
HEV discharge holding nominal. Hot swap in roughly 30 seconds.
Okay. It jettisons the batteries because Electron is using electric motors to turn its fuel pumps. If you're a car person like me, I'd like to say it's got electronic fuel injection because that's exactly what it does. It has an electric motor turning a fluid impeller to feed the injector to the rocket engine, to feed the injector plate. Not a lot of rockets do that. In fact, this is the only one that does it.
Battery jettison confirmed.
Okay, that was the battery, not a COPV. I was very wrong. Did they change the battery design? I don't remember the batteries being cylindric like
the
that.
team in mission control, a fresh set of batteries are now in place and battery hot swap was successful.
Now, because they're using batteries, if they have the batteries in series, right? So it'll drain one, and it'll drain the next, and it'll drain the next, right? Once that battery dies, that's just dead mass. So they just jettison it, get rid of it. That's pretty crazy, man. It's still pretty nuts. Like, I said that this is the only rocket that does this. The reason why other rockets don't do this is because electric motors really only work, electronic fuel injection to put a name to it. This stuff really only exists when it can only really work in a small scale. Believe it or not, electric motors can't turn fast enough to feed a bigger engine. Not yet, at least. Well, you know what? The better way to say that is that no one's designed an electric motor that can spin at 60,000 RPM. I'd say the closest thing to get to something like that would be like a Tesla Model S plaid motor with the carbon fiber windings on the coils. That might be able to do it. But I don't think Rocket Lab would do that. Those Tesla motors are pretty heavy. This is a small launch vehicle. Electron's not very big. It could fit inside the whole stack could fit inside of a semi-truck. It fit inside of a semi-truck trailer easily. Like, very easily. It's not a big rocket. But that, once again, is the purpose of Electron. It's not a big rocket, but because it's so small and it's so easy to handle, like, you don't need to have a road closure to move this thing to the launch pad like Starship or something, right? You don't need to do that. You could just transport it in a truck. Because it's smaller and because it's easy to be transported, you can make more of them. You can make a lot of them. They're easier to manufacture. But I mean, that was Rocket Lab's original plan, but they've been kind of shying away from it in favor of lower frequency of launches, but reuse as well. That's why they're doing Neutron. Should get Seco here. There it is. Purge out. 2792.
Transfer orbit achieved.
27.
Stage separation confirmed.
27,092 at 213. That's good orbit. Yeah, that's fine. It's fast enough. Third stage will handle it from here.
Beautiful shutdown and separation there for Electron's second stage. And welcome to the final leg of the journey, Force Inspective.
Do they use
Now that
contact
the
mics for the
kick
audio?
stage is
Yes,
off
Pop.
and
That
on
is
its
what
way
they're
around
using.
Earth with that 7th Strix satellite. Now, as we said before, we go into
Pretty cool,
a bit of a
fancy, yeah.
coast phase here to allow the kick stage to circle back around and reconnect the dots at the mission's target apogee. Once it's there, the Curie engine on the kick stage will light up to course correct that trajectory, and then we'll be only a minute or two away from payload deployment and the end of the launch.
We'll join you back here to see through those final moments of the journey. Hang tight for now, and we'll be back again in about 40 minutes or so to add to the Parliament of Owls. We'll see you soon.
Parliament of Owls, nice. So, yeah, good launch for an Electron. Another one in the books. They're not done. They're gonna have to coast to the other side of the planet until they get reacquisition of signal, and then they'll start. Then they'll work on deploying it. The satellite's still attached to the third stage. Rocket Lab, Electron does have a third stage. Rocket Lab basically came up with the idea of taking their payload attachment fitting, which is like a conical adapter that goes on top of the second stage. It adapts the second stage to the payload attachment fitting, and then it also holds the fairing. Rocket Lab took their payload attachment fitting and made it into a third stage for more precise insertion with the launch vehicle, which is great. That's really, really useful. A little kick stage like that is very, very useful for precise insertion, which is why Rocket Lab gets contracts. That's why people want to launch with them, because being able to place these things precisely is very, very important. 3 out of 4 launches in 24 hours. That's right. So we're going to switch back over to KSP here. I hope you guys enjoyed that coverage. The next launch that we have is a Falcon 9, Block 5, Tranche 1, Transport Layer C. That's tonight at 7. We'll cover that during Space News. That's a Space Development Agency launch. Proliferated Warfighter Space Architecture. Yeah, okay. Defense stuff. Have you ever played KSP RSSRO in 1.12 with parallax and volumetric clouds and waterfall? Nope, not on stream. Now you can play BF6 safely. Okay. I don't even know what Cronus Zen is, but hey, cool, good stuff. All right, let's load up KSP and let's go. Let's get the music going. and go from there. We got Kerbal to play here. We can watch it during Space News if you want. You suppose a set of solenoid-type injectors like on a car would make an RDE or similar design rocket engine easier to control? No. No, not at all. No, I don't think so, Hellfish. You'd be screwing up. You'd be... That's... Yeah, I don't think so. F, be my last. Okay, question from earlier. Can the hole dips in the SpaceX booster act sort of like a golf ball, breaking airflow in a good way? No, Curl. Because of the high pressure, the air doesn't flow over the bumps. It flows into them because it's also on fire. So, no, not. Maybe it's at subsonic speeds. Yeah, possibly. But, yeah, Starship goes a lot faster than that. Watching your face during the catch or landing convo had me roll it. Dude, I couldn't. They wanted to go. They wanted to talk about that X-Wing, and I'm just sitting there like this. Look. It has... Falcon 9 has landing legs. Landing legs, so it lands. Super Heavy has catch pins, so it gets caught. They don't call them landing pins, and they don't call them catch legs either. This is... I don't understand this conversation at all. I don't get it. All right, so we have a bunch of missions here. I want to try to get that Rescue Joe from orbit around Kerbin mission. My thought is that they will be able to be precisely deliver full before the detonation wave. The biggest issue would be the reaction speed of the solenoids and their reliability. I understand, Hellfish, you know, you just go around the horn with the injectors, but I think you would, quote unquote, valve float your solenoid valves. I don't think solenoids are fast enough, dude. I don't think a fuel injector is fast enough. I don't think any type of solenoid is fast enough. You're gonna get valve float, and what it'll end up doing is snuffing out the detonation wave. Rescue Joe's 1 star, so it's easy. Yeah, it's easy, but I can't accept the mission, Pigeon. I want the mission because Joe Kerman is every once in a while you get rare Kerbal names. And if you rescue a Kerbal, they become part of your astronaut corps or Kerbalnaut corps. Like Joe is a very rare one, and that contract expires in 2 days. So we have to get this capsule up, get a Kerbal rescued, get them back down, and we have to do it so we can accept that, because I want to have a Joe Kerman, because Joe Kerman, that's cool. Every once in a while, the game will throw rare Kerbal names at you, which is cool. I think that's neat. Yeah, exactly. Joe is a very rare name for a Kerbal. Joe freaking Kerman. Yeah, man. Like Kerbal names are like Fogar or Bartbro or Hertray or Rodson. Like these are cool, but yeah, it's very rare you get like an anglicized name with Kerbals, and I want that. So we got to get our capsule ready to go. We got to rescue at least one of these guys for a mission here, or multiple, get paid, and then accept the mission, and we only have 2 days in game to do it. So let's get to our capsule and go. Can you send up an uncrewed rescue vehicle? Of course I can. I have to make sure it works though first. So we're going to load up our crew capsule prototype. This is what we were working on here. This is I basically, instead of like building like a Mercury, a Gemini, and then like an Apollo style capsule, I went right to building something, a deep space capsule right off the bat. And then we'll test it from there. Now, I do need to make some modifications to our launch escape system. The LES was not getting us high enough up in the air it wasn't getting us high enough up in the air to get the capsule to deploy the chutes correctly in the event of a pad abort scenario. And I don't want that. It was basically the chutes couldn't unfurl fast enough, so the capsule hit the ground and exploded. So we're going to need to make some upgrades to our LES. So let me start taking parts off of this thing. And let's take the SEPs off for a second. And we're going to have to make some modifications to this. I'm just going to move this up here like this. And I remembered what we did previously with a launch escape system capsule, right? So my launch escape system is attached to the front of the capsule, right? And when the LES is activated, it separates the port on the heat shield. And the capsule goes with the launch escape system and fairing, right? And it jets the service module away, or the service module stays attached. The reason why I want to make sure my launch escape system works is because I want to test out the capsule. I got to make sure that the capsule works right. I don't want... If I kill a Kerbal, chat never lets me live that down. So I am going to make sure with superior and robust engineering that never happens. If I can help it. There's still curveballs and who knows what's going to happen with the Kraken, but yeah, we kind of built out an entire deep space exploration capsule here. And yeah, I want to make sure that it's the best I can do for making a capsule for our early lunar and Minmus exploration architecture. If it's uncrewed, you don't need a launch escape system. Yeah, but we're designing the capsule right now. We might as well do it. All right, so here's how we're going to do this. We're going to do some trickery again. I don't like that this launch escape system... I like the launch escape system thrust, and I like the power that it makes. It is certainly enough to give us the TWR to get the capsule separate. The launch escape system has a side ejecting motor here that gets you to curve away from the vehicle. That makes it so when you separate the capsule, it curves in a direction away from the vehicle. So if the vehicle's coming behind you, you get out of the way, right? I like that, but I don't like how much it shoots us off to the side. We need to go, with our pad abort test, we need to go up. This thing shoots us off to the side, which is great, but if we fly on a higher arc, right, that's more time when we're coming down for the, parachutes on the capsule to unfurl. Okay? I think this is Orion. Yeah, right. So, I remembered what I did in the past. What we ended up doing was turning on interstage nodes here. I forget which career mode we did this in, but I know that this works. So we're going to take our launch escape system and we're going to attach it to one of the interstage nodes. Right? And then we're going to rotate the LES up into position, out of the fairing, and put it on the top where it was. And then we're going to take another one, and we're going to attach the other one to the front of the fairing. So one is attached to the front of the fairing, one is attached to the back of the fairing. But I'm going to clip them into each other, like this, and then I'm going to turn this one around. So the diverter thruster, right? is symmetrical. Now, that's going to get us to go straight up. We don't want that. We still want to go to the side a little bit, right? You don't want to go over your helmet. You want to go more to the side. So what I'm going to do is select the other launch escape system, and I'll give it slight, I only moved it so we could select it. I'll give it slight differential thrust. You can just move that a little bit ahead so it's not Z-fighting too hard. I will give this thing slight differential thrust. So one of these thrusters is going to be just a little bit less than the other one. So if we set one to 50 and we set one to 60, actually, we probably don't even need that. I would set, let's test with 55 and let's go from there. So when we go to activate these, the capsule will go more up than to the side. At a third at a 90-degree offset. No, the game time is not running when you're in the SPH. At a third, huh? How did Starship go? Excellent. Why isn't this good enough? What's missing? I need to see the thrust to weight ratio of this thousands. So, you know, people are saying, you know, add a third or don't add a third or this is good enough. I don't know for sure. So here's what we're going to do. I need to see what the TWR of the launch escape system is. So I'm going to go in here and we got to remember the way we made the fairings work. We got it. That fairing is closed on the LES fairing. So let's save this like this, right? Put the two launch escape systems in their own group. Get rid of that. And we need to separate the service module. Why isn't it telling me the delta V here? All right, we'll do this out the manual way, I guess. So this thing makes 750 kilonewtons of thrust. So let's do this way. Let's set them both to 100. And we'll do out a manual calculation. The in-game stuff is not really working correctly. This is what separates during our LES. Jettison. That's what goes. So, the thrust in vacuum is 600 and... I don't like that. Let's just stay 650 and change. So total thrust would be that times 2. So 1.3 meganewtons at liftoff. All right, so we can do out some TWR calculations here. I had a previous delta V calculation done up on the screen. We don't want that. We don't need that right now. So the TWR calculation that we're going to work on here, pretty simple stuff. So we have 1330 divided by total mass. Mass of the vehicle with the capsule with the separation is 7.4 tons. So 7.4 times 9.81. Pretty straightforward stuff. It didn't do that right. Let's follow order of operations manually because 7.4 times 9.81, 72. So 1330 divided by 72.59. Yeah, 18.3 thrust to weight. That's, yeah, 18.3 TWR is fine. Yeah, that's fine. That might even be too much. So, let's think about this. What's our burn time? So these motors burn solid fuel at 51.6 units per second at max thrust, okay? We have 30 solid rocket fuel on this thing, so our burn time is a half second here. So let's half it. Let's go back down to 50 where it was and set the other one to like 51 or something. Something close. We don't need a lot to get us to curve away. So if we have the thrust, we're going to increase our burn time. So we're going to need to do more math. So 666 gross divided by 2. Yeah, okay. So we have to, yeah, I'm an idiot. We have to. We're at 666 thrust. So we need to do another thrust to weight ratio calculation out here. Bring the quaccumulator back up. So 7.4 times 9.81, again, 72,594. So now we need 660, let's just say 667, divided by 72.594. We got a 9-to-1 thrust to weight ratio. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much half of what it was. That didn't take a rocket scientist to figure that one out. And that gets us a burn time. So it's 25 plus 3. That gives us a burn time. It gives us a solid fuel propellant burn rate of 28.3 per second. So that gives us 2 seconds of flight time there. (18.1) thrust to weight ratio is death. Yeah, that's why we're dialing it in. Well, we're doing some analysis. I don't want to keep launching these things because we're losing money every time we launch it. This capsule is expensive. That's why I really want to make it. I want to make it worth it. I want to make it worth our while, and I want to be able to come back with it too. Right? We know the settings for Kerbal G-force limits. It's set to whatever I set it to during mission mode. Now I'm thinking, dudes. Yeah, Element, exactly. I don't mind the 3x symmetry, dude, to be honest with you. That's actually 3 of them. So my solution here in the past is to just add Separatrons at this point. Just add more to get you a little more burn time. But what we could do is quadruple this thing up, right? If we had 4 of them, at 25% thrust, right? That should theoretically give us the same thrust to weight ratio. It'll be a little bit down because we have to pay for the extra mass here. But at 25%, we'll get a 4-second burn time. 4-second burn time at 9-to-1 thrust to weight. That should be good. And with 4 of them, we can... I mean, that's going to add a ton of extra mass to the front of the vehicle, but that's going to be one heavy launch abort system. Did you multiply by 0.6 for burn time? What do you mean? Doesn't it invite the Kraken? No. Nah, you'll be alright. The route part is not set correctly, and I don't want to reroute. Rerouting operations invite the Kraken, boss. But yes, that's what's going on. That's why I'm not getting the proper TWR. Yeah, Buxo, the launch was excellent yesterday, dude. One of the better Starship launches we've seen. Okay. So. Boy, that looks strange. That doesn't look too goofy, does it? No. No, that looks fine. Whoa. Use flags. And You know, with a 4-second burn time, guys, we might not even need the asymmetric thrust. We probably don't need it, to be honest with you. 4-second burn is a long time for a launch escape system. That's actually, yeah, that's quite good. And that will get us the TWR. That should still be, you know, 2 of them at 50 gives us a 9-to-1 TWR, which is fine. That's great. 4 of them at 26 should give us, you know, in the ballpark at 8. It's probably 8 to 9 to 1, somewhere in there. TWR. That's more than enough. With a 4-second burn time. In fact, I'm not sure why I didn't think of this before, but oof. Is there a way to automate the abort? What do you mean? Ship explodes, you don't have to click the abort button. Well, yeah, of course. With KRPC, we could figure out whatever. Now, the other thing I wanted to do is install an attitude control system on this thing. So we have the little tiny RCS cluster here. And what I'm going to do, just so it doesn't come apart if I try to modify the launch escape system again, I'm going to put it... I'm going to put it right here. And then what I'm thinking is if we take a thruster package, right? 8 thrusters, right? And we add that there. Once during separation, we should be able to use this to flip this thing around and separate the capsule at apogee at our highest point, and then deploy the chutes. It should work. I don't see why it wouldn't. Let me go. Okay. Now, for fairing separation, for the shroud separation, we're going to need a set of separator motors. I will attach those to the fairing as well. So for AG5, we activate that, shroud will jettison, and then 6 is deploying the chutes. Hey, Mr. Oman, it's been a couple years since I've been here. I hope you're doing well. A bunch of Twitch usernames accounts later, I'm back. Hey, what was your old username, Oman? What about a second upwards fairing to cover that all up? Lippy, I'd just be worried about abort motor ignition. You don't want it igniting inside of the fairing, dude. Only we could redirect SRB thrust of the LAS like the real one. I got that figured out. Or at least I think I do. All right, so let's go back in here. Shut off interstage nodes there. I don't want to attach my service module to the damn interstage node. Put that to absolute. Select this fairing. Edit it. Do we still have the option to close it? Yes, we do. Double click just screwed me. Control Z breaks the game. I don't trust the undo command. So the problem is, guys, it looks like I hit the save button when the fairing module was where the service module was previously detached. Bestlander 4, Technological, and Astro. I'm butchering my last two former news. I remember Technological, yeah. I remember that. Cool. It's not allegedly, we prove it. We proved it. There's a mem leak when hitting Control Z. Also, if you're using hollow fairings and you hit Control Z, it'll break all your hollow fairings. Did you miss any updates from the launch yesterday? Not that I can tell. I know what I need to do. There we go. I fixed it. We need to re-add our monoprop tanks, though. That was the only thing. So let me... They were attached to the back fairing. You know what? To make sure that that doesn't happen again, I'll just attach it to the front fairing. There shouldn't be any downside to doing that. And just make sure they're not really clipping into the fuel tanks too much. I'll make them go out a little ways. It looks nice. Excellent. We are back, baby. We are back! I ain't gonna be defeated by some misclick nonsense. Alright, so, save here. Undock. Fire the 4 separator motors. Turn on the RCS. In order to do that and do that right, we need to make sure that the monoprop tanks on this thing are shut out. They are. Cool. Excellent. All right, so save that. Action Group 5 is activating those separator motors to get rid of the shroud and the attitude control systems. And then Action Group 6 is deploy the parachutes. All right. Let's move the crew capsule prototype into the VAB. And I think we should be good for a test with our quad launch aborter. Do you have a flag texture for the hatch drawer to put on the fairing? I don't have 2.5 flags unlocked yet, Loopy. So if I did, I mean, I would put one on there, but no, I don't. Do you ever use the abort action group? I hate using the abort action group because in my settings file, backspace, when you're in map view, resets your view in map, but it's also bound to my abort key. So I just never did that. Kerbal check. Yep, that's right. Get the orange suits out of there. You know what? You wouldn't need drogue shoots during a pad abort, but I'll add them to the deploy just because we might end up needing more shoots, guys. We might need 2 more on this side. Or at least a 3rd on this side. But we'll see. These Mark 16 radials are very big shoots. The last time I was really active in chat was Route 154. I've been on Discord for a little bit, but I got really busy and I don't know what happened. Yeah, that happened to a lot of us during the pandemic, oh man. Don't worry about it. Yeah, Route 154. We did another road trip after that, the Excellent Adventure. It's a longer road trip. It's 4,500 miles. We did that in 2024. It's pretty fun. But yeah, it's good to see you, man. Pretty cool. Let's do this pad abort test. Let's see what happens. You tend to go with 1 main chute for every couple tons. Okay. I reached for the joystick and I don't have it. All right. So SAS, RCS. Does the RCS work? It does. All right, excellent. Okay. Pad abort test. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, burp, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Perfect. Perfect. Excellent. That's exactly what I wanted. What was our maximum acceleration? 6.9 Gs. Good. That's right in line. I'm happy with this. What was our highest altitude? 684. Okay. Sounds good to me, man. No, I didn't do that, Loopy. We're not going to need to worry about that. I don't think we need to worry about it. You're perfect. Boom. How's your mother? Great. Perfect. Very happy with that result. Are you prefer keyboard and mouse? I have my Logitech Extreme 3D Pro. That's what I use for playing KSP. What I noticed is that we didn't really have RCS. The RCS was not firing during the launch escape, which I'm very confused by. It's shaking, yeah, it's on the docking port, RT. There's a docking port underneath my heat shield for connection, for reuse. You should be able to get a good amount of reuses out of the capsule with a full ablator. But what I could do in the future is jettison the heat shield and put the heat shield on a docking port and make the heat shield reattachable. Totally doable. I just didn't do that because we don't need to do that this time. But I put in the provisions to potentially be able to reuse this capsule if we ever wanted to. You toggled the RCS off? Did I, Sakrasula? Can engineers refit the heat shield? I'm pretty sure the RCS was on. I'm just not 100% sure post-abort why this wasn't firing. They should have. Toggle anywhere. Yeah. Weird. Oh, I see what I did wrong. You're right. You're right. I set them to the enabled. And when we activated the group, it shut them off. Let's put them in the disabled position, right? And now let's go. Hey, Bows! 50 Norwegian kroners. Wows. What's up, man? Alright. Cool. Excelente. Might be a little heavy for one Kerbal, but a couple could. Oh, you're talking about in Kerbal, Yeah, Kerbal RCS. Yeah, or like the rebuild. I keep forgetting that that's in the game, Urban. Keep forgetting that. But yeah, I guess we could, couldn't we? But I do believe that my heat shield is on an absolute snap and not a node snap, so that's not great. Yeah, EVA construction. Guys, if you don't mind, I want to see it one more time. I want to make sure that the RCS is working. I'll pay the price for the paying for another shroud. Testing a paddleboard again? Oh no, that sucks. Please. Yeah, oh geez. Don't pull her or something. Okay. So, RCS, our top RCS should not fire here. Okay, ready? T minus 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Perfect. The RCS actually didn't seem to be enough. It didn't seem to be enough to, Sorry. It didn't seem to be enough to combat the asymmetric thrust. Oh, score. The launch escape system somehow survived because it went out of fizz range. What? I have no idea why that's there or how it got there. Yeah, I have no clue. Maybe from a failed stage test or something. And I have no idea why it's accelerating like a brick, even though it's a... Yeah, okay, that was weird. Let's just pretend that that's, yeah, that didn't happen. All right, excellent. We got the LES back, too. Sweet. I think that's from leftover stage testing, guys, when we were testing the... The last thing I want to see here, did I put asymmetric thrust into this? Hold on, let me just check. 26, 26. $26. No, it's combined. What's causing asymmetric thrust then? Yeah, I don't know. That's weird. We don't talk about that game here, Neo. Alright. Modified 1014 capsule prototype. I noticed some things with the capsule when we were flying it, like how this stuff is not occluded. We might need to go about messing with our fairing a little bit, or the capsule, but we can... The capsule aerodynamics, but we're not going to be able to really test for that until we either A, do a high altitude drop, in-flight abort, or something. But yeah, there it is, man. That's my guess, Erudite. Yeah, but if we have 4 of them in symmetry, it shouldn't make a difference. But it's, you know what? It's all good, man. That did what I wanted. It did exactly what I wanted. And the RCS did help us hold position so we could jettison the capsule correctly. I'm actually pretty okay with it. 2 aborts. Yeah. I'm still a little wonky about RCS control with this thing. But what's our lifters looking like? I have the Octo 3 lifter. Octo 3 is a good lifter, dude. Urban Octo 3, the Octo 3 lifter is basically like a Falcon. It's like my Condor 9 lifter. It's very similar to the early versions of Condor 9, but a lot more refined. And it doesn't have landing legs, but that's okay. It's expendable currently. We did some prototyping in engineering mode to try and make a potential Roton reuse version of it, and it does work. But, I don't know. I'll think about it. One Octo 4 with 33 engines? Question. Hang on. I just gotta add nose cones to my fuel tanks right there to make sure we're attaching to the right parts. This should attach there. Get rid of the nose cone off of there. Quick question about last night. Was that the first time all 33 engines made it to Miko? No, it happened on Flight 3. if I'm remembering right. Freedom 10 is what had that, Loopy. Yeah, I took it to the next level. Instead of adding jet engines, Loopy, what I did was I put rotors here, and then we basically built a ducted fan that can pick up on auto rotation, and it can, you know, the thing has crazy cross range, right? And then when it gets over the landing site, instead of like using the jet engines to just come in like an airplane, it'll basically go down, and then you use the auto rotation to basically level yourself off. Yeah, it was pretty cool. I'm not really sold on it just yet, but yeah, the cigarette rocket made a brief return here, which was pretty cool. So what I need to do just temporarily is rotate the thrusters out of the way and rotate the solar panels out of the way just temporarily while we make this fairing. Not really my best work, but it will work. Now, if I take this, right, and we get it, take it off clamshell, and just set it to a 3-sided fairing and not have clamshell deploy, we don't really have to worry about this thing interfering with the solar panels during separation. Like, I don't want the fairing popping off and blowing my solar panels away. A confetti fairing should fix that. Do you plan on adding constellation-style circle arrays after you unlock them? Maybe. But there you go, dudes. All right, set our staging out. So that is the shroud jettison right there, and then upper.
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
My girlfriend saw me buying 2 handguns from a T-Rex and said, "What the hell was that?" I said, He's my small arms dealer.
Okay, so we'll let's get back to what we were doing. So stage separation, right? Let's do launch escape system jettison. Then shroud jettison. And then we have separation of the capsule and capsule service module ignition. I need to get, Buzz says, YouTube chat says, 1 sec, I need to get some water because that joke was really dry. Hi, Geeson. How are you? Okay. All right, now there we have SPS ignition and then parachutes. Yeah, all right, killer. I don't think we need to do an in-flight abort. We did the calculations out. This thing absolutely, we're running a 9-to-1 TWR on the launch escape system. There is no point throughout this vehicle's entire ascent regime where it exceeds 9.0 TWR. Meaning that we can actually abort anytime during ascent. We can abort anytime. No matter where we do it, max Q, doesn't matter. We will have the TWR. It'll have the oomph to get the hell away from this thing. Did you want to put a poodle on the second stage or stick with what we got? I do not want to put a poodle on the second stage when we're sending the capsule up. We'll stick with the 4 for now, Nova, and maybe test a upgraded version on a different launch. We're already testing having this thing up there right now, so let's not change too much all at once. Sorry, I couldn't stand the overlap. It should still register that as closed. I didn't get to see the launch last night because the old man needed sleep, but when do you think we'll see Flight 12? January. Soon? Dude, SpaceX doesn't want to stop the production line, dude. They want to keep producing these dang things. Dude, they moved the top of booster 18. Booster 18 moved into the Mega Bay. They're going to start building the Block 3 Super Heavy booster. Stacking. They started stacking it. They've been building it for some time. So we have Ship 39 with docking paraphernalia rolled out yesterday, and then the booster, the Block 3 booster rolled out the Block 3 booster rolled out this morning, or at least parts of it. I really honestly think that we're not going to see as big of a stopgap as we think. The only thing that could really stand in the way is testing that new pad and getting Massey's up and running. But if I was SpaceX, I'd scale. I'd try to set similar deadlines for all 3 of those things. We already know that SpaceX internally wants to get that pad operational by the end of the year. The second pad at Boca Chica. That was the original goal. So what I would do if it was me is I would time it so the ships get done around the ship and the booster get done around the same time as the pad. And in that regard, from there, you can go and say that Massey's should be redone by the same time. So I think Massey's will come online probably sometime in November, December. Testing regime in December. The pad should come online around the same time. Test both the ship and the booster at the same time on Massey's. Make sure those are all working and then integrate the stack. I'm serious. I think January. I really do. I think SpaceX doesn't want to slow down. They're really trying to avoid slowing down at all costs. Can they refurb the pad? Yeah, they can, but nobody is there right now. Booster 18's second forward tank section, 2-4, was also rolled in the mega. Dude, that booster's gonna be built. It's gonna be built for cryo testing. I mean, Milge, when do you think? 2 weeks? Just waiting on propulsion. But think about it like this, dude. They wouldn't go forward with building the booster and putting the tank together for cryo testing if they weren't sure that they could get the engines to actually fly the stupid thing. You'll start seeing Raptor 3 deliveries to Boca probably in the next couple of weeks, if I had to guess. Will they move booster static firing to Massey's? I don't think so, Pelly. Chaz, you say the pad will be ready by the end of November. I agree. All right. Now, should we try to get these Kerbals back now, or should we do an uncrewed test flight with this system to make sure everything is working? Uncrewed flight before we go that far? Agreed. I'd say if this thing does exactly what I want it to do, sure, but you're still risking re-entry with Kerbals. So let's do an uncrewed flight once around, get this thing up in the air, right? I'm a little bit concerned about Delta V on the first stage. Our TWR seems to be in line, but this capsule is the heaviest thing that we've moved with this rocket by a long shot. Actually, it's close. The hopper is pretty dang heavy, but this has a similar amount of fuel and then some. So this thing is way heavier. Our TWR at liftoff seems to be, it's 1.23. That's fine. That's okay. So yeah, let's do a full uncrewed mission, and then we'll see what happens, okay? Sad news out of the movie world. Drew Struzan passed away. He designed the posters for Star Wars, Back to the Future, and many more. That's a shame. I've not been on stream in a week or so. What's the purpose of this rocket? It's got a crew capsule on board. This is a general purpose vehicle that I use to launch whatever. What I like doing, Curtis, in career mode and stuff is build one rocket. Build one rocket that can do basically anything encompassing the scope of what you're trying to do. I built this rocket with the explicit design criteria to be able to send hopper probes to Minmus, which is basically more or less the maximum amount of Delta V that you're going to need out of a vehicle architecture for exploring Minmus in the moon, at least in small capacity to generate science. And now I'm working on other uses of the vehicle, like a crew capsule. There is a crew capsule in there. See it? It's just inside of fairings because, yeah. Hangman, you missed Flight 11. Was it a success? End-to-end 100% success, Hangman. The ship landed with minimal ablation and minimal tiles coming off, with 100+ tiles missing. Did a pinpoint landing. Hangman, what Flight 11 was really what was cool about Flight 11 is that Starship did a heading alignment maneuver. It flew. It flew like the space shuttle, dude. Like Starship coming down, turning around, right? And then lining up with a figurative catch tower and then flipping over and landing. It demonstrated cross-range capability. And from what I could tell, it looked like cross-range capability that was on par with the space shuttle, which is impressive, to say the least. Cross-range capability opens up so... It makes your mission criteria, like the ability to do different missions, it makes it so much easier. You're opening up Starship to basically do anything that the space shuttle could do. And I mean anything. Do you think they need to do that for the future of Starship? Do you think they're just trying to push the limits? I think they need to. Drummer. They need to be able to get Starship down at pretty much any time, and orbital mechanics be danged. They need the cross-range capability to do quick in-flight refuels. So think once around with a refueling stop. So Starship goes up, quick rendezvous, immediately rendezvous with the Starship, transfers the fuel while it's coasting around the planet, comes around, cross-range capability, steers it right back to the landing site. Once around refueling missions. I don't think we'll see those for a little while, but it offers the cross-range offers maximum flexibility. You're not so much beholden to orbital mechanics as you are with a capsule, because you could steer down during re-entry. Critical for point-to-point travel as well. Yep, that was a big deal, dude. Big deal. All right, let's go. Uncrewed flight test. Yeah, they toasted that thermal protection system. Yeah, we'll talk more about this during Space News today, dudes. Yeah, it's going to be the Starship Flight 11 rocket review. Do you think Starship could land and take off from Mars without a catch tower? Yeah, it kind of has to. Okay, uncrewed flight test. No launch tower. Doesn't feel right. I know what you mean, dude. I know what you mean. All right. I'm also a little concerned about aerodynamics here. We have a lot of fairings up at the top of the vehicle, dudes. All right, I'll fly aloft the trajectory. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. And liftoff. The Octo 3 launch vehicle carrying the crew capsule prototype. We've cleared the pad. Got a roll program. .7 thrust to weight ratio. It's looking good. Aerodynamic perturbation seems to be minimal. Just Gotta be careful. I got my hand on the abort key just in case. She's pulling. Oh, she's really pulling. Oh, we gotta be careful with this thing, man. Good. Throttling down for main engine cutoff. I flew very lofted on purpose. I'm not sure that this vehicle has the control to be able to, do what we want. Uh-oh. Okay, we got a good upper stage ignition. Like I said, that was an extremely lofted trajectory on purpose. Because I'm worried about having all these fairings up here at the top. All these fairings are increasing our center of pressure to the front of the vehicle. We really don't want that. We did get the chutes armed on the first stage, though. I should have changed the tags. This is Flight 8, technically. Okay, LES jettison. Yep, we probably should make sure that that does that from now on. Okay, ring separation. Ring separation confirmed. All right, that worked correctly. We got to make sure we have the docking port staged. That's not that big of a deal. I got to make sure that monopropellant systems on the service module are closed out, so we can maneuver this thing without the RCS firing. Those RCS should be disabled. Please hold for a second. Yeah. This is why we test. That's what I thought. I hit the wrong port. It's okay. That's why I'm testing. Alright. Well, capsule's a little downrange, but that's okay. Hold on. This is turning into a high in-flight abort. How good is our fairing system, though? Dude, we separated it. How good is the attachment points? We separated the thing. We couldn't even tell what we separated. Despite the pure incomplete screw up on my part, I do think that this is probably good enough to give us some good re-entry data, dudes. I'm a little annoyed I hit the wrong button, but that's okay. We can still salvage this test and should be able to get some good data on it. That's really not good. The capsule thrusters are not working. They are not operable at all. I'm not 100% sure why. Nope. Alright, well, here's what we'll do. Put wheel authority on this thing, see if we can get it to fly. Ugh. I love ball in a cup. My guess is that it's reading these thrusters as occluded inside of a fairing. That's my guess. That all seemed to work fine. Are these still? Yeah, they're still generating drag even though they're inside of a fairing. That's weird. Do you think we'll have another ship 26, ship 27? Ship 26, ship 27 for a propellant depot? No. Got two good mains. Not bad. But, yeah, I'm a little bumming that the thrusters don't work. But yeah, we also got to stage the docking port for LES separation. Everything looked good there. I was not too incredibly happy with my with the control of the vehicle on the way up. It very much seemed like it could flip over. Hey, Kayak. Yeah, I wasn't sure, Buxa. We might need to get a little more thrust vector authority out of the first stage. Because on my first stage, out of the 9 engines, the center engine is the only one that's controlling pitch and yaw. That's it. I don't think you need more. At least when there's a regular fairing up there. We might need a little bit more control authority on that first stage. I could make the the engines to the side do that as well. Stable 1. Good. Well, at least we know the chutes and splashdown work correctly. That's another facet of the mission figured out, and we did do some pretty basic re-entry. Capsule handled fine. The only thing is that with the thrusters, I couldn't really control where I was going. It was a ballistic re-entry. Did the off-center capsule weight make the rocket lean? It's not offset by much, dude. You don't need much to get a little bit of cross range out of it. I'm saying that mission was, I mean, it did validate some systems, but that mission's more of a failure than anything. I'm a little bummed, but it is what it is. We'll make it back and then some when we rescue these Kerbals. Just in case you were wondering, this is what an unreusable launch pad looks like. Yeah. further cementing my theory that Orion drives are stupid. But you do you, K3. Okay. That should fix that. We also got to make sure my service module thrusters are locked out. That was a big one. Everything else worked pretty dang well there. The only other thing that I was like meh about is we don't really have any struts holding our holding the SM. So I'm gonna just put a 3 pair right there, just to make it look like it's not floating. I also toggled some monoprop on the capsule. The reason why I did that is because I was wondering about plumbing for the thrusters on the capsule. Yeah, don't worry about that. Shut out the RCS here. The RCS blocks there, and shut out the RCS blocks there. Good. All right, well, we're gonna have to go with another mission here. So that was flight 8, so switch this to 9. That was bad luck. I didn't have the right serial numbers on it. You know what? I'd rather have this docking port staged instead of that one, because that makes it so this one can never be falsely staged if we're on orbit post-separation. All right. Let's try this again. Now, the real thing is, did we get enough information here to actually attempt a rescue for these Kerbals? Guys, personally, yeah. I saw what I needed to see. I didn't really get to use the capsule too well up on orbit, though. Yeah, still about 2 days, yes. Starship question. Do we know if there are detonating Starship, or is it because it's a skyscraper falling down? It's because it fell over. XJ. Did you fix the capsule's RCS? Capsule RCS is fine. I have a theory for why that's going on. I will let you know the solution here. Hey, Garfield. This morning a client asked me what I did after work yesterday. Pretty sure I regretted doing so after an hour of me talking nonstop about Starship. Yeah, that happens. All right, so I added a little bit more controllability into the first stage, guys. I disabled my RCS thrusters, and I added the proper staging so we can separate the right docking port for the capsule during launch escape system jettison. Guys, I think we're good to go and get these Kerbals. I mean, we could, yeah. You know what? We should prove out end-to-end mission capability. I'd prefer to do that now that I'm thinking about it. Let's do the full mission. Yeah, that should be good enough. All right, less mistakes. I don't think the next one's going to do orbit, Fumi. I think the one after that, I think Starship Flight 13 will do orbit. What if you were on the stranded Kerbal and did it go no-go to bring them back down? That's fine. Do you think they'll do real Starlinks on an actual orbital flight? On the actual orbital flight? Why not? All right, let's try this again. 83, 81, 79, 82. All right, we need to get into about an... We need to keep this kind of as low as possible, so we're going to have to fly a really shallow trajectory. I'm not sure how well that's going to work with this rocket, but we ideally, well, we could fly higher with the first stage. First stage could boost us up, and then we could come back down. Yeah, all right, that's a better way to do that. That'll ensure more stability. What I'm going to do is I'm going to try to get the rocket into a higher orbit. It'll make it easier because these guys are going faster to have them come near the capsule. We'll dip down. Grab one, dip down, maybe just grab one. That's all we need, just to, you know, if we need to do that. That's what I'm going to do. Put it into a higher orbit, use the first stage to push us higher, right? Circularize at a higher altitude, wait for them to come near us, go to a lower orbit, and check out RPOD with one of the Kerbals, Rendezvous Proximity Operations. RPO, I guess, would just be the right way to say that. And then if I think we're good to go, if I can maneuver this capsule real nice, then we should be good to get the Kerbal. I'm happy with entry, descent, and landing. The parachutes work fine. The heat shield ablated just fine. I'm wondering a little bit about the stuff that's inside of the capsule, that is inside of a fairing. It's inside of a fairing and it should be occluded, but it's not. Little bit wondering about that, but if it blows up during re-entry, that shouldn't affect the Kerbals too much. It'll just pop. All right. I always feel a tad empty and sad after test flights. Nah, fine, dude. Whatever. It's just gonna make the next one that much better. All right. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. And liftoff. We have cleared the pad. Got our roll program. Roll program is complete. Vehicle's pitching down range. 9 good engines. It's wobbling because I have more pitch. I have more pitch authority, guys. Everything's looking good here. Vehicle supersonic. We have max Q. Starting to pitch the vehicle over. Oh yeah, much better control here. The SAS is kind of wiggling us around a little bit, but that's okay. Out of the throttle bucket. Much better ascent, much better control authority. Everything is A-OK here. Pressing the MECO. We have MECO confirmed. Stage separation. I don't like how that thing gets hung up right there, but good separation. I don't like how it hangs up on that stage. Okay. Stand by for launch escape system jettison. Bye-bye. That thing didn't go into orbit, did it? No, it didn't. Alright, cool. We got a good LES jettison. Stand by for SM Shroud jettison. SM Shroud jettison confirmed. We probably don't need to fire the full LES. We could probably just fire the 2 Separatrons for separation, guys. I'm pretty sure we don't need it to... Dude, that thing is way out ahead of us. Nah, yeet it. All right, whatever. Stage following its ballistic trajectory. We're gonna go get Joe. I don't technically have the mission yet, dude. We gotta rescue one of these other people because my mission control center can only accept a certain amount of contracts. I have accepted the maximum amount. So I gotta complete at least one of these missions. We gotta bring one of them down. Because remember, we're on a time crunch. Joe's mission will expire, and then you never know if you're going to get it again. Stage RCS is working perfectly. Just wanted to make sure. Stand by for second stage engine cutoff. We have SECO confirmed. Perfect. Stage separation. We got a good capsule separation, guys. RCS on. Stand by for SPS ignition. Crap, I lost the first stage. I coasted too far. (108 by 88). Good orbit insertion. That's my fault. I lost the stage. That sucks because that was like 20 Gs down the tubes, but that's okay. Okay, all RCS is operable here. Okay, next thing with the capsule is solar panel extensions. I do not have them bound to an action group, and I mean, quite frankly, you only do it once. You don't need to retract them, so I don't mind doing this manually. That's okay. We are generating electrical. Perfect. Now we're going to enable the RCS here. Capsule is generating power. Everything looks good. I don't know, John. Yeah, maybe. Service propulsion system is reading 1445. Very good. Okay. Stand by for SPS 2. 108 by 109. Good circularization. Hey, Paul, what's going on? Good stream yesterday. Your reactions are priceless. Great success for SpaceX with the test, too. Can't wait for the next one. Dude, I was geeking out. Seeing the thing fly. That blew my freaking mind, man. I was having a crisis, dude. All right, so if I'm thinking about this right, it's still registering the capsule thrusters as inside of a fairing. But what I've noticed in the past is that in Kerbal, you can absolutely, just make sure this is all operable. If you switch out of the scene and then you switch... Oh crap, it's in the atmosphere. I should have just went to mission control. This sucks because this is going to waste time. Hey, Hedges. Missed the launch. How did it go? It blew up on landing, but that's because it fell over. It tipped over in the ocean. I can't explain that, Trey. I don't know. Why does aerospace engineering only take 1 chem when civil engineers take 2? I don't know. Material science when it comes to civil engineering probably is a little more No, I have no idea, dude. That makes no sense. But I'm sure there's a good reason that we don't know about. Can I get a song name? It's called Galactic Hearts. Here, there you go. Switching back to the capsule after this thing blows up and hits the ground could be, it should make those thrusters operable. Stage didn't even get hot, man. I'm just having fun. Ground came up pretty quick, huh? Cool. All right, now let's see if these thrusters become operable. Nope. Service module. Either that or it could be the fairing that, it's the fairing. It's the interior fairing, the pressure vessel fairing. It's occluding the capsule. It thinks the capsule's inside of it, even it is, but it isn't. Okay. That's not great. I should still be able to get close enough to get a Kerbal back, but we gotta be careful about a landing. We're gonna have to be ballistic. Let's go for Fogar. Gotta get that rendezvous dialed in. Doing some quick tweaks. There we go. We're gonna have to figure out what to do with this thing. I might need to just add conventional thrusters. Like put thrusters in there, put RCS balls in their place, and manually configure the thruster control system that way. But that's good data from our test flight. What? Wait, was it working? Oh no, that was that thruster. Your dad was telling you about a guy you saw on YouTube covering Flight 11. It was you. He enjoyed it. No way! All right. That's sick. Okay. He's 87. All right. That's awesome, Paul. Hell yeah. Okay. T-minus 30 seconds until SPS 4 or SPS 3 firing. Are you having thruster problems like Starliner? No, no. Starliner's thruster's overheated. Mine just don't work. Differences. SPS 3 start. Use the RCS to hone it in. .500 on the intercept. .400's good enough. Perfect. I have the old fart seal of approval. I'll take it, man. I'll take it. So I went to a higher orbit. My insertion orbit was higher, guys. And because of that, because those are in the Kerbals are in a lower orbit, right? And me being in a higher orbit, I'm going slower. My orbital speed is a little bit different than theirs. Their velocity is 2291, mine's 2204. And because of that, they'll catch up to you. And when they catch up to you, all you got to do is just lower your orbit a little bit, and you will basically come right into contact with these things. Don't forget to fire your engines when you get near them so you can slow down. Now, my target indicator is up, as you can see, and this is getting a little bit tricky without rendezvous thrusters, without those forward thrusters working, but... we are now moving towards it, and we should have a really, really close intercept. Should get us within 100 here. Nice article. There you go. Any news on when Blue tries again? Blue tries what again? New Glenn? October, November, maybe? October? I think we're close enough. All right, Fogar. Get into your new ride. And perfect, wouldn't you know, Fogar's a pilot. Excellent. Contract parameter complete. Synchronized free falling. Oh, nice. We got that. We got rendezvous Kerbals. Performed a rendezvous. Performed a spacewalk. Performed a crew transfer. We saved Fogar. Fogar is now part of the space program. Excellent. Now, real quick, go down to the Space Center. I had a contract for exploring Kerbin. It was a Kerbal Records thing. Give me one moment. Boom. All right, there we go. We still got to get Fogar back, but we got Joe on the books now too, so all right. Is this your first manned flight? Technically. Crew reports in spacewalk science. Should I do that, John, with a pilot, or should we do it with a scientist? We have the Delta V for another. It's just the thrusters. I'm worried about monoprop. I do not like the thruster configuration for this capsule. Forward thrusters not working, notwithstanding. I don't like it. I'm actually going to downgrade the thrusters. These thrusters with 1 kilonewton is way too much. You don't need that much for rotating the capsule. I'm probably going to take the tiny thrusters and put them in here. And then they shouldn't be occluded. And that should fix all of our problems. The only thing is that kind of increases part count. But the thruster blocks as well, they're much too big. I think I'm going to downgrade my RPOD thrusters and upgrade vernier thrusters. I'll put bigger thrusters on the back, like the RCS balls back here. Or put them in a forward back configuration like Orion or something. I don't like how much, it's too much thrust. It's just too much. Monoprop, you're fine, don't worry about you. Oh, okay. So if we get Hertray's capsule, if we get Hertray as well, and we bring Hertray and Fogar down, then we could launch one more mission and get Joe, Rodson, and Bartbro all at once. But yeah, how's the view? Yeah, she likes it. All right, let's get that crew report, I guess. Crew report well in space near Kerbin. Keep the experiment. Fogar EVA. EVA report. EVA report from the space just above the grasslands. EVA report above Kerbin shores. EVA report. Oh, it's still above grasslands. EVA report above water. So we got grasslands, shores, and waters. That's pretty funny. So what if they use the upgraded dumb-links to get some telemetry data off of the dumb-links? There has to be some delta V change when they get yeeted out of the ship. How much of an inclination change? Not much, I know, is possible with the Pez dispenser. Basically a negligible amount, Wolion. Isn't that overkill with the solar panels? Yeah, most likely, Pop, but a single or singles going off in each direction looks ridiculous. I don't like it. Is that fair? Whoa, they're working. Wait, they're working now. Oh, sick. Nice. Pilot fixed them. I guess so. It's still too much thrust. We still don't need this much. Yeah, I need a Kerbal to take out the plugs. Alright, well, if that's the case, we should be able to just... Actually, if time is no constraint, we should just... What's our orbit? Yeah, you know, let's just go around here. And just do a quick SPS firing. Put her AP up to 90. So my original theory about the thrusters being occluded by the fairing was right. They were occluded. I got it already, Penta. Will Raptor 3 be used on the 12th flight? It's all Raptor 3s from here on out, Murray. Raptor 2 is officially retired, man. After yesterday. No more. All Raptor 3s. Just trying to get my phasing right for the orbit. You know what? We're not in that dissimilar orbits. Let's just keep going. There's no time constraints on this. Just wait till he gets close and we'll bring it in manually. It's just tough to see with all the stupid lines of all the capsules. Rescuing Kerbals for contracts. Maybe the capsule needs our RCS crew to work. Yeah, maybe. Now that's going to put us on a pretty good intercept. But we're going to need to keep refining it. This is, like I said, doing this manually is a little bit sloppy, but that's okay. I've also noticed that our thruster is not lined up with the center of mass due to the offset center of mass of the capsule. We're going to have to fix that.
Hello, everybody. Raptor chat.
Oh,
time.
Raptor
First
side
line.
chat with Chris. That scared the crap out of me, dude. I was like, hello? Sorry about that. I was like, gotta keep an eye on the monopropellant. That's what I mean about these thrusters. They eat monopropellant. I'm hearing voices, man. I'm seeing ghosts. Yeah, this capsule's sloppy. I don't like it. I'm gonna redo my thrusters. I don't like how it's handling it all. Don't get me wrong, it's fine. And this really isn't like perfect. It's like, you know, it's like, oh, you're gonna redo them. It seems to be working just fine. I want to install smaller ones. We don't need to puff the monopropellant like this. Like, we really don't. It's, yeah, we have overkill for just rotating the spacecraft. Like, way overkill. Okay, we're here. Hertrey is also a pilot. Get out of there. All right. We got 2, and then we have 3 more for the next flight of the capsule. Perfect. Plenty of Delta V left. Once again, I'm not really happy with monoprop systems on this vehicle. I need to redo the thruster blocks, guys. I don't like them. I don't like them at all. I mean, this is good. It works, but it's dookie. All right.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
BY 84-month resub. Yeah. What's up, man?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Brandon! It's not, yeah. Which one is that? Dude, I don't know, man. I lost it. I have kind of stopped doing that whole thing for a little while. 27-month resub. Brandon, my monthly EJ appreciation message. Keep being amazing. I'm trying. I haven't rescued Joe yet, but we did. I had another mission, Rarest, to rendezvous 2 craft together, and we've done that, and it gave me that mission, so I got Joe. Joe's capsule's over there. We're gonna have to go and grab it. Okay. All right, let's get our deorbit burn ready to go. You said hello, friends. Oh, yeah. Sure you did. Okay, stand by for the deorbit. This is a really steep re-entry trajectory, but the heat shield should be able to handle it. I normally wouldn't have the capsule come down on this crazy of a trajectory, but that's okay. That should be good enough. Thanks to coach. I fell asleep before live launch and watched it later in the day when you got up. Cool. Okay, stand by for SM jettison. We got a good jettison on the service module. Switching RCS control scheme to just roll control. Yeah, it's that damn wheel authority. Okay, we have to enable our capsule monoprop systems. Hello? Hello? They're not working. Those thrusters that were just working a second ago. Yeah, nothing. All right, well, I'm just gonna key in some wheel authority here. I hate doing this. I don't like doing it, but it's all right. Leaked out all the helium. Starting to get ablation on the heat shield. Now, this should want us to pitch down. Or, yeah, the heat shield should want to pitch down. That's right. There we go. That's doing what I want. The whole idea is to get us a little bit off kilter here. I don't think that would make the difference, dude. It didn't make the difference before. So watch, because my capsule's center of mass is slightly offset downward, right? See how the capsule wants to bring its nose up? If we roll the thing upside down. That was the service module, not us. Yeah. It's doing it. It's working. We're staying slightly off of prograde, and it's stabilizing that way. And we can use this to steer the capsule down range. Perfect. I'm worried about a mountain. Frick. Oh no. Coming down in the mountains is a death trap. We're coming down in the mountains. This is not great. We might come down before him if I could just flip this over and make more drag with the heat shield. Yeah, okay, we're good. Shield was working right. That was what I wanted. But in my demonstration to flip it over, we end up being a little short. You have a lot of excess ablator. I want the capsule to be reusable. Ground altimeter is on. Hey, Mad.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Really enjoyed you geeking out during Starship Set. I'm geeking out, man. Yeah, it was good stuff, dude. 27 months, full mains. We got 2 good mains. Cutting the drugs. .7 is fine. That would be a little bit of a bump in real life, but yeah, it's all right. If we were supposed to land in water, it wouldn't be that big of a deal. A little bit of a bumpy ride down here, but no problem. So for your shuttles, would the optimal strat be to land on the runway? I always go out over the ocean, turn around, and come back, Aurora. I always get to where I need to go. If I have a glider, I get over KSC, and then with excess speed, and then I bleed it off and I bleed it off by turning around. That's what the real shuttle did. You never want to bleed off too much speed and then try to coast to the runway. You want to get to your destination and then slow down, especially if you have a glider, and then just come down and land. All right. Kerbin's Highlands. All right, take a surface sample. Sweet. There we go. Now, if we had a recovery helicopter, we could go and grab this. That's no problem. We could go pick up the capsule and then take it back if we really wanted to. You had 1 tank at exactly 30? No, I have 4 tanks at 7.5 that we weren't able to use because I don't like the thruster configuration for the capsule. We got to redo it. I don't like it, monoprop. It's bad. It's not good. grab a crew report. That would have been a good idea. We should have gotten some good science from that. 25 science. There you go. Good. Excellent. It wants us to plant a flag on Minmus. We got to get Joe, Bart, Bro, and Rodson. And then I have another 2 hopper missions set up for Minmus. Explore Kerbin. Kerbal Records. Dock 2 vessels on orbit around Kerbin. How much bank did you just make? Pretty good amount of cash. We're back up to 473. I made about 80 G's from that. That's test on orbit. I mean, we have a hopper mission lined up, so we might as well take it. And then planting a flag on Minmus is 120 G's. And yeah. That gives us you can easily do the Kerbal Rescue now. Yep. All right. We got to get into the thruster configurations for this thing. I don't like how the RCS was working. I want to redo it. I did a long time ago. It should be on the website still somewhere. I don't think we changed it. Make sure those are plugged out and make sure that that is staged. Those were the changes over last time. Save. All right, fellas, I'll be right back. I have to use the bathroom real quick. When I get back, we will start messing with the RCS on this thing. I don't like it. It's too coarse. We don't have fine adjustment. It's not really good for what I'm trying to do. I'll be right back. 1 second. Just gotta pee. Okie dokie. Gotcha, thanks. All right, good. Thanks for your time. We got a new SpaceX tweet. Oh, dude. What the hell? That's sick! Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! Yes! And the front fell off. Oh, they cut the video right before that happened. Dude! There's one more. Oh my goodness! Yeah, there's the buoy over there. Dude, this camera is so close, man. You've got to be kidding me. Oh my goodness. Dude, that thermal protection system is not in bad condition, man. The only spots that we're seeing are from where they blanked tiles. Dude. There's a fire at the top? Yeah, it's header tank exhaust. Or header tank vent, perhaps? Or just something's on fire. Dude! Whoa! Hey, Gouchy. Oh my goodness. This other one. Oh my god! Oh my goodness! Yep, there's pieces coming off of that. Not as bad as you might think though, dudes. That thing's in pretty good condition considering what it just did. The fire wasn't due to a vent, that was burned through. Nah, I don't think so, dude. Yeah, Max, right? The flip is so fast. Yeah, it is. I don't know what that is. I don't think it's burn through because it only happens right at the end here. Yeah, they'll catch one of these things. I'm convinced. I've seen enough. They'll catch it. Yeah, see there's a little buoy right there. Yeah, it might be, dude. I don't think it's burned through. I mean, more likely a tank leak than anything. No, they'll land it. No, they won't. It's not a landing. Look, I'm not even, this isn't open for discussion. You don't, those things that are on the side of super heavy that allow it to be caught are called catching pins. They're not called landing pins. And Falcon 9 has landing legs, not catching legs on it. This debate is stupid, and this is all I'm saying about it. Ever. Starship gets caught, the booster gets caught. Falcon 9 lands, the space shuttle lands. Okay? They're called landing gear, not catching gear. Okay? This is a stupid discussion, and I'm never talking about it ever again after this. I award you no points, and may God have mercy on your soul. Yeah, I don't know what that is, dude. Whatever it is, it gets snuffed out almost immediately. Yeah, you might be right. I don't know, dude. I mean, something's not happy up there. I don't think it's burned through, though. If it was burned through, we would have seen it. That fire would have been all the way down. Why did the fire activate, why did it start flaming right at landing, you know? Like, it just starts. No damage on the side where no tiles have been removed. Yeah, they didn't remove any tiles from the port side of the vehicle, and it looks fine, guys. There's no tiles missing over here. It's the other side of the vehicle and then the center line where they removed stuff. Guys, dare I say, I think if they launched one of these with a full set of tiles, you're going to get no burn through at all. Or, I mean, what if that is burn through? I don't know. Like, it's hard to say. Is this yesterday's splash? No, this is fresh footage that SpaceX just posted, man. Yeah, that's Ship 38, dude. Something's on fire up at the top. Now, whether that was because the heat shield burned through or not, I don't know. Maybe the header tank sprung a leak because of the burn through, perhaps? Maybe? I don't know. Hard to say. We have seen starships vent like that, though, but the vents are on the other side. But also, I noticed that there's something going on down here, too. Whatever that is, seems to be a lot of tiles missing down there. Now, once again, whether that's on purpose or not, I don't know. There used to be a vent there back in the day. The tri-vent. There used to be a vent there. I haven't seen one in a little while. Which side was... Oh, sorry. Which side was getting blasted more? The starboard side of the vehicle. So the right-hand side. So, because we're looking at the bottom of the vehicle, this is the port side, and that's starboard. We know that there was a tile missing in that area, and it looks like there was some unzipping right there. Active cooling experiment. I don't know, dude. Something is... Yeah. These could be transpiration cooling experiments. It's possible. Sure. Or Hellfish could be right. It could be burn-throughs. Who knows? It's hard to say. I mean, there is still parts coming off the vehicle, but I will say, guys, there's way less things coming off of this than Ship 37. See, anytime you're going to get burned through the heat shield, through these tiles, right? That's what those orange stripes are, the orange-red stripes. If you have metal going through re-entry, it rusts it, believe it or not. Yeah, it instantly rusts. Very weird. Can we find where the part that came off? Came from? That piece came off where that vent is, Yard. Look. That piece came off from right there. Interesting. Jeepers creepers. I wonder why they cut the video before the ship detonates. Because too many... My guess is because too many morons, you know, take any video of their stuff exploding and say, look, SpaceX is done for. That's my guess. Explosions happen, man. It's an iterative test program. Explosions happen. Was that vent going already? Here, watch this footage. You tell me. Do we know the accuracy of landing? Considering the buoy that's right next to Starship when it lands, I'm thinking it was pretty good. What the hell, dude? I think, dude, like I said, for something of that size doing what it did during re-entry, it really doesn't look in that bad a condition, man. That's pretty good. Gazer. Yeah, that's a picture of where they blank tiles. It was mostly on the starboard side, the side that's close to us in this picture. Something broke up there, dude. Is there a vent on the back, or is this condensation for pressure differential? I have no idea, dude. There used to be a vent there in the older designs of Starship, like the suborbital ones. There was a vent there. I don't know if there's... I don't think there is anymore. Is this space news? No, it's not. We'll just get back to playing this. Let me turn the music back on. All right. Yeah, we gotta take off the fairing and everything. Take that off. Chuck, we'll see a catch sooner rather than later, dude. I don't think we're gonna see one on the first Block 3 flight, which is Flight 12, but maybe the flight after. Yeah, they got to start bringing these things back because, okay, here's the thing, fellas. Got some pretty good data on re-entry here. I'm confident that they can get. And they are too. SpaceX is most likely confident as well because, you know, they did it a couple of times now. How many ships have they gotten precisely, well, more than precise enough back to the landing zone? So ship 29, ship 30, ship 31, ship 37, ship 38. That's enough EDL to prove, that's enough data, entry, descent, and landing data, EDL for short, to show that they could get this thing back relatively, like pretty dang precisely. Like it's not going to burn up during re-entry. So I don't think the first Block 3 flight is going to come back. I think if it was me, what I would do next, because you're changing so many things with Block 3, the first Block 3 ship, I would just do the exact same trajectory. I would fly the same exact flight profile to see how it works comparatively to Block 2, and then go from there. That's what I would do. That would be the next thing. And then after that, if you're sure that a block, you know, like Block 3 isn't going to introduce any kind of funkiness to the design, like it's not going to spin out of control or crash, then I would go orbital on the next flight and then do a catch. That's what I would do. Yeah, Aqualux, yeah, sure. I mean, Strickler, it's possible that, you know, for Flight 12 is just going to be I'm pretty sure it's just going to be the same exact profile that what we just saw. After Flight 12, Flight 13 is what's going to, my bet, this is just, I'm just guessing. Go full orbital, bring it down, and land it basically where they've been landing super heavies. Like right off the coast of the Gulf, just land it out there. They can get it precise out there. Then go for a catch, man. That would be the next logical step, don't you think? So fly the same flight profile as we have right now. Make sure that works. Go full orbital. Bring it down in the Gulf. See, and then maybe bring it back, right? And then go for a catch because you have enough data on entry, descent, and landing. The next thing would be to get hands on something that's come back from space. That would be the next big one. And in order to do that, you need to do a tower catch. Anyway, let's work on our thruster configs. I don't think this is useful in any way, shape, or form, so I'm going to get rid of it. The big thing that I have with this capsule is that the RCS is going to change position Yeah, see, we have such a shift for with our center of mass that I'm not... You know, I'm going to change... The first thing I'm going to do is move my monopropellant blocks. The monopropellant tanks. I'm going to move them back here. I mean, technically, putting them right on the thrusters would probably be useful, but... Starship is supposed to be caught as well. Yes. I would rather splash it down, Yarg. Falcon 9, not Falcon 9, Starship has no landing gear. There's no landing paraphernalia, there's only the catch pins. How did you make the custom service module? It's made out of fairings, Leo. I have two fairings that are butted up against each other. One of the fairings is facing forward, and the other one is facing backwards, and they're kind of clipped into each other to make it look like a service module. I wanted a short 2.5 meter service module, and that's just not offered with stock parts. But with fairings, it works just fine. So what I'm running into, guys, is so our service propulsion system, we have a very big center of mass change. So like when the SPS is out of fuel, RCS is not going to be balanced at all. It will impart a rotational rate on the capsule, and I'm not happy about that. But see, like, here's the thing. This happens with other capsules, right? Like, this has to happen with Orion. What's their workaround? You know? I need to look at Orion's thruster configuration again. The same thing has to happen here. So how do Orion's thrusters get around that? I see. Yeah, their translate thrusters are averaged most likely over the center of mass of the service module. And that's why they have clusters. Yeah, Fluffy, Block 3, let's go, dude, I'm ready. So, if you look... Okay. Needs an aero grid structure on the service module, but that might desync the clocks. Nice try, Boeing. I'm good. Orion's thrusters are nowhere near the same as the Apollo module. Yeah, it's not the same, my dude. We're not making a one-to-one copy of Orion. My service module is similar. It's similar to Orion's design, but it's not. It's not the same. My service module has a lot more Delta V than theirs. It's an uprated service. It's like an uprated Orion service module because that's what my design requirements need. Yeah, I've seen it, Daytao. It's pretty awesome. The longer our service module is, guys, so the longer the SM, the smaller the positions between our center of mass change is. Actually, no, it's about the same. Now, but how the heck do we get around this then? It's already super bottom heavy, man. I moved all the fuel tanks to the back. Hi, have you done anything with KSP related to the recent Unity vulnerability issue? It's been taken care of. Don't worry about it. Problem is, there's not many dry mass items on the service module. God, that's my issue. Chazbomb, as you're doing your engineering bachelor's, I want to practice my CAD skills, so I decided to start recreating Pad B accurately. Just sent the first progress log to you on Discord. That looks good, man. Yeah. Pretty sick. That looks good. Yeah, those are the arms look great. All right, so here's what I'm thinking. We can use the these thrusters here to deal with this. I'm just trying to think how. Well, the problem, yeah, I mean, yeah, Alex, we could do that. We could transfer more. We could put more batteries in the service module. The problem is that every battery in this game weighs nothing. It's nothing. It's an inconsequential mass, which is very annoying. Like, now that I'm thinking about it, we probably don't need another set of batteries inside of this. I really don't think we need them. It has 150 EC on it. Look, man, if the capsule's right, like, that's a good point. If the capsule's separated from the service module, it's because we're on entry, descent, and landing. 150 electrical charge is more than enough for that. If the capsule is separated and we're worried about running out of electrical charge, we have a lot more things to worry about, because that means the service module is disconnected. If that doesn't happen over Kerbin, we got a problem. So I'm happy with the EC that's in there. That's fine. That's mass that we can take out of the capsule. That's good. Another thing we could do is we could move the tanks back, try to move them back another tick. The only thing that I'm kind of worried about with that is if we ever want to reuse the heat shield, and we have docking ports and stuff on the capsule to reuse our heat shield, this could throw it off a lot. That could throw off reuse, and it could screw things up. Another thing is that our center of thrust is not lined up with our center of mass because of the offset on the capsule. We can compensate for that by doing this. Hang on. There we go. That fixes that problem. Now we just got to redo our thruster configurations. Now, we do have thrusters up on the capsule. That could be useful. And monoprop transfers through non-fuel transferable items. We know that. So as long as we keep these tanks locked, except during entry, descent, and landing, we're good to go. I'm not too worried about it. Yeah, Rob, the launch was perfect, dude. How my rocket's doing? I'm just dialing it in based off of a test flight. Now, something went funky with those thrusters, and I don't want them anyway, so I would prefer smaller vernier thrusters here anyway. So let me get these thrusters in 4x sim. And I'm just gonna quite actually put them in there. Fine. Can you action group locking and unlocking fuel tanks? No. Alright, that solves that problem. Now, what... Those thrusters have 0.2 kilonewtons of thrust. That's not a lot. I'm... Now what I will do is put a set of vernier thrusters back up over here. And those are gonna have, those are gonna have to be aligned with the weird center of mass as well. So we're gonna have to do them this way. Mirror sim. And we can line them up with the engine. So our double pusher thrusters are lined up with our center of mass. Now these ones, if we do these in 4X sim, those guys should be just fine. Just being straight up like that. Those ones are gonna have to deal with the offset, which is not that big of a deal. That's fine. No one's gonna notice that. I'll bet you Orion does that. I bet you the real one does that. Well, not that this is an exact copy, but you get the idea. There's no need for something like that, J-Speed. I mean, I could move the, I could move the probe core. Well, I got a freaking hole in my sock, dudes, and it's pissing me off. Oh, these are new. God dang it. Huh? So much for that. Okay. I don't know what brand. Those are Carhartts, man. And they're nice socks. You just. Yeah. What are you gonna do? Yeah, Ruin, we've seen it. It's pretty awesome, man. You're planning to do a space news today, right? Yeah. Lunch your talons. It was on the bottom of the damn thing, dude. Your socks are holy. Ah! Okay, I think I got an idea for how I want this. All right, so we have the thruster block positions on the capsule are at, you know, they're here, 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 and here. They're not at like 12, 3, 6, and 9. I think what I can do is come up with a custom solution for this. So I'm gonna take the entire dang capsule and I'm gonna rotate it so the thruster blocks are aligned. And then I'm gonna take this piece that I just made, right? We're gonna put it in 4 times symmetry. And then we move it absolutely to there. Now, what is that gonna do, EJ? Well, check this out. The way our center of mass moves, right? It moves forward. We have a forward bias, okay? So eventually, as the fuel drains, we're gonna need more power up in the front. We need more thruster up there, less thruster out back. So, yeah, we really should have the double thruster up there. Damn. That's a good idea. Is your service engine rotated from the center of mass now? No, it's not. I rotated the whole capsule back into position. We can adjust power of thrusters, sure, as we go. We could always just take these and just half them. If I take those and half them, Pilch, they'll work equidistant. And then if we get below like a half tank, I could shut that thruster off. We could shut off the rear block of thrusters. And that'll work. That'll work just fine, actually. That'll work great. Now that I'm looking at this. I like that. I like it a lot. That's actually a really good idea. Yeah, we have these. So when we're at a full tank of gas, that thruster is producing 100%, and we have these two thrusters producing 50%, right? So that means those two combined to form 100% effective, like from basically on the gray line, and that's basically equidistant from there. That's actually not bad, dude. And then if we get down below a half tank, if we need to do a rendezvous proximity operation, we just shut the back clusters of thrusters off, right? And as our bias goes more forward, right? Half thrust, double the distance. Full thrust, half the distance of that. That'll work. That'll actually work really good. I'm pretty sure that's right. Now, keep in mind, this is for translate controls. But, yeah, good. May I ask what determines what thruster you need on a service modular capsule? What determines what thruster you need? Whatever you're trying to do. This is a capsule that has a docking port on it, John, meaning that it's going to need to dock to something, and you can't dock to something if your capsule can only rotate and pitch, yaw, and roll. You're going to need to eventually forward and back, up and down, left and right. You need translational control. So you need to be able to do this, right? But you also need yaw, pitch, and roll. This thruster quadrant that I just put in is a translational thruster control. That allows the up, down, left, right, forward, and back. And I will assign it as such. Now, what we also need on top of this is yaw, pitch, and roll control systems. I mean, keep in mind, actually, this is only up, down, left, right. I have these thrusters for making course adjustments. But see, that only gives me left, so up, down, left, right, and then forward. We have no backwards thrusters. I'd prefer these for fine control, so this is where I'm going to take another page out of Orion's book. No, I don't want to copy the whole service module. That would be cool, but I don't want that. And we add a set of close translational thrusters. Those are for forward and back. Now, they're not pointed exactly forward and back, but that's okay. I mean, we're going to take a little bit of a cosine thrust loss there, and I'm not too happy about that. And maybe we could do with something better. I can use these for... Yeah, Lava Eagle. If we set the thruster configurations correctly, these can be used for yaw and pitch. And then those thrusters can be used for roll. Sure. Yeah. I don't see why not. Nah, I don't like that. Was part count an issue before? No, these are a lot of physics-less parts, guys. I'm not too incredibly worried about it. We just got to set all of our axis configurations. So these thrusters show actuation toggles. I do not want them for yaw. I don't want them for pitch. I want them for roll. And then port starboard, so... Port starboard, dorsal ventral, but not fore aft. That's what I want that thruster to be for. And I'm pretty sure this does this in symmetry. It does. All right, so that's that one. Now, these thrusters right here, I'll set to the same exact thing. So those are roll. Those are used for up-down translation and left-right translation, and that's it. That's all. Roll, it doesn't really matter where the roll thrusters are imparted on the vehicle. As long as they're a good distance away from the center of mass, they could be up at the front. They're a good distance from the center of mass if you're looking at it on this axis. You want your roll thrusters to be far away. That'll give you more control. These are pretty far away. That's fine. I'm cool with that. Now, these thrusters right here show actuation toggles. Those thrusters will not be used for yaw, for roll, but they will be used for yaw and pitch control. They're not used for fore and aft, obviously, and they're used for translation. Actually, we could just use the back set of thrusters for that, because they're further away from the center of mass. Actually, I want to do that. I just want these clusters here for, yeah, port starboard. That's it. That'll work. And then these back ones here, well, actually, no. They need to be for yaw and pitch, because we'll eventually shut those down for better translation control. Wait a minute, but if these thrusters aren't bound to yaw and pitch, who cares? If those ones are just for translational control, we could set these ones, right? We could just set those for yaw and pitch in general. And then when we want to shut them off, if we want better control when we're low fuel on the service propulsion system, we can just get rid of those. Just shut those off.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey Chief, 84-month resub. Yeah, everything's good. Hold on.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Big G's. Too far back. Hey, Enzo. What's up, buddy? Let's indicate it. So I have checkerboard flags for this exact purpose. So that is pretty much where our center of mass is when we're full. And that's it when we're empty. It's not that much. It's really not that big of a deal. Yeah, we can get away with this, guys. Yeah, shutting off that back cluster and just leaving it for YPR is the right move. In fact, just leaving them for yaw, pitch, and roll. And then we can set a config. We could set an action group configuration for lower fuel levels. Yeah, we could set an AG config for it. It's not a big deal. Yeah, I'm much happier with this thruster configuration, guys. Escape system's fine, Flykin. Chris, what's up? Hey EJ, if you had to change something in your past, what would you have changed? This is my question, what I've been asking today. Okay. If you changed it, what would your future have been? I wouldn't change a thing, Chris. Everything happens for a reason, and that's something that you got to understand when you get older. All right? You manifest your own damn destiny. All right? With that being said, if I had understood this and realized that the tide wasn't against me 24/7, 365, right? I would have studied more in school, paid more attention. Yeah. I didn't pay more attention because I wasn't interested in school. That's bullcrap, dude. That's bullcrap. It's not that. It's that I just didn't see school as a worthwhile endeavor because I was addicted to video games. Okay? That's the truth. But if I had understood the repercussions of not getting good grades in school, especially if you want to get into something like aerospace engineering, you could be dang sure that 15-year-old me would be on the honor roll. It's just tough when you're 15 to understand that when you're... It's tough to understand that at 15. The perspective that you have at 25 or at 35. It's tough to understand that. 15-year-old me couldn't see that. No. I know everything. I'm good to go. No, you don't. No, you don't. You're an idiot. You're an idiot. You know everything and you got C's and D's in school. Good for you. That's not how that works at all. It does not matter if you want to be a freaking janitor. It doesn't matter if you want to be a janitor. It doesn't matter if you want to be Elon Musk. It doesn't matter if you want to be an aerospace engineer or a scientist or whatever. You get good grades in school. Because there's no downside to it. You're there. Do the work. There's no downside to getting good grades. There's a downside if you want to get into STEM, though. Oh, yeah. You're not going to get into a good engineering school or an engineering school at all if you have C's and D's in math. It's just not going to work that way. Same goes for computer science, computer engineering, anything like that. That's my one big thing that I would change. Study. Go to school. Get good grades. There's no downside to doing that. It's also the last schooling you get for free. Oh man, too real. So there are scholarships, but yes, that's right. Yeah, chances are you're not going to get an engineering scholarship and you're going to have to pay a lot of money to get that aerospace degree. But that's fine. It's okay. And paying a lot of money for school isn't necessarily a bad thing. But going to college and stuff is an investment. That is, you're putting equity in yourself, like you'd put an addition on a house, right? Adding an addition on a house increases the value of the home. Generally, I know real estate, I get it. It's just keeping the examples general here, right? So think about college being an addition to you. You're putting equity in yourself. It is an investment. And it's up to you to get a return on that investment. So you really want to choose wisely when you go and get a degree. You want to make sure that you can get a return on investment. Otherwise, you're putting in useless equity into yourself. Like people that take, Japanese cars and put a gigantic wing on it and think they're cool. No, you didn't do anything cool there. You just devalued your car. Understand? Chris, that's the one thing, that would be my one big piece of advice for young people. Study. That's the one thing I would change. Oh yeah. I would, dude, if I know what I knew now at 37 when I was 14 and know what was on the other end of schooling, if you did a good job doing stuff like this, instead of doing it in a game, you could be doing it in real life, right? If I had understood that end goal, I would have been on the honor roll every semester for the rest of high school. Yeah, that would be the biggest thing. With that being said, everything happens for a reason. I ended up in the position that I ended up in because I'm good at this. So that doesn't mean I couldn't change it, but I'm happy where I am. I got a sweet garage in my backyard. I do this for a job. I love my wife. I love my dog. We have a house. It's pretty good. I'm doing pretty good, man. I'm doing okay. But if I could change one thing, that would be it, Chris. Do you have advice on how to get discipline? Discipline? Take care of the things that you're responsible for. That's a great way to build discipline. Yeah, sure. Milge, I've always said, like, okay, if you want to build discipline, pick one thing, a simple thing that is in your control, and start doing it. It doesn't need to be a complicated task. It doesn't need to be anything that's going to get you a dopamine hit and make you feel better, etc., etc. Just pick something that's in your control that you can absolutely do, and do it every day. I started a long time ago. I started with just doing the dishes. Just doing the dishes. You know, I started doing the dishes, or, you know, you do that and you start building habits. I still do the dishes, right? But I tried doing that. That didn't really work too well. Right now, I have a morning routine, and my morning routine, it has been a little wonky lately, but it doesn't change. I started with making my bed every day. That's important. Make your bed. It takes 5 minutes just to get the blanket all smoothed out. Less than that. The blanket all smoothed out, get your pillows in order. It doesn't take very long. You know, get the sheets right. It doesn't take very long. It's maybe 5 minutes of your time at best. But that helps. That helps a lot. Because it's a task that doesn't take that long to do. And I said, like, no dopamine hits, but you do feel better after you do it. And start doing that every day. Just that. You don't need to do anything else. You know, you can, like, go back and look at your phone or whatever. Right? I started there, and then I started building on top of that. I make my bed every day. And it gets to a point where it just becomes habit, and you just do it. You do it without even thinking about it. You just do it. It just happens, right? And so my morning routine is this. I wake up and nothing gets me down. No. I wake up. The first thing I do is check my phone, just in case there's crazy space news or something, or if somebody needs me, right? I do that for like 15 minutes. I usually wake up at like 7:30. Do that for 15 minutes, maybe 30. By 8 o'clock, I jump in the shower and I listen to 3 songs. I use music in the shower because I love singing in the shower. No, I use music in the shower so I don't spend too much time in the bathroom, because it's very easy to be taking a shower and stare at the wall and zone out, and then you're there for 45 minutes. Listen to 3 songs. I pick 3 songs, I listen to them, right? By first song, second song is done. By the 3rd song, you get out of the shower, brush your teeth, do what you need to do, right? And then I go and I make my bed. Oh, I added one thing recently. I get out of bed and then I put coffee on. And then I go take a shower. The reason why I do that is because the coffee will be the perfect temperature when you're done after 3 songs. See? You start with one thing. So I started with making my bed. Then I started with making my bed and taking a shower. And then I started with making my bed and taking a shower and not being in there for too long. And then started, make your bed, take a shower. You're there. Brush your teeth. Easy peasy. You just keep adding over time, and then you have this whole morning routine. It takes time to build it. Now, what does that have to do with building discipline? Well, it teaches you that, these tasks that you build up in your mind that you think you need discipline for, like, oh, I can't sit there and read this textbook. I don't understand it. Or I don't want to pay this bill, or I don't want to do this, or I don't want to do that. You build stuff up in your mind as this big, dreadful thing that's a huge pain in the butt that's going to take up so much time, right? And then you just don't do it, right? Right? I'm speaking from experience here. I know the mentality, guys. I've been there. Making your bed every day and building out a nice morning routine gets you in the right mindset every day. And it growing that habit and building that habit over time and adding stuff to it slowly, right? Adding stuff to it slowly you're training your brain to be able to just don't even think about it, just do it, right? So when something that you do, something that you don't want to do comes around, because life throws you curveballs all the time, dudes. It happens. Look at all the curveballs that I got over the past 2 months, right? My dog has heartworms. My computer exploded, right? My accountant screwed me. This happens, man. This stuff happens. It happens. It happens all the freaking time. It happens to everybody. It's not just you, right? This happens. This stuff happens. You got to deal with it. No one's going to deal with it. No one's going to do it for you. No one's going to deal with this stuff for you, Yeah, 2 community members died. This happens, right? When you do inevitably get a curveball, you just deal with it. You just deal with it. You just do it. Just fix it. Easy. The SpaceX vid may require you to expand your video wall. Yeah, I know, John. I know what you mean. I started with doing the dishes back in 2017, and I was like, I'm going to do the dishes every day. And then that habit fell out of favor. Making your bed is so much easier. And now, if there's dishes that need to be done, I just do them. I don't even think about it. You got to take out the trash. It just happens. I just do it. I got to take out the trash. Not, I got to take out the trash. That's so stupid. I have to take the stupid trash out. I have to walk it all the way out to the stupid trash can. I have to come back. I have to go find another stupid bag and put it in the stupid trash can. No, you just do it. It just gets done. That's it. Like the other day, guys, the fusion exploded. I could sit there and I could be like, oh my God, this sucks. I'm going to have to call them. No. Figure out the stupid part that broke, fix the stupid thing, get it running. Done. Easy. Building discipline and building out, that's how you build discipline. You train yourself to have a morning routine. You train yourself to make your bed every day. And then you keep adding to it. Guys, by 9 o'clock, I am ready to go every day. Right? And I'm in the same mentality every day to give you guys the best stream that I possibly can. Now, once again, you do get curveballs, and sometimes that makes me late for the stream. I apologize. I'm trying to even everything out. I think I got most of it smoothed out. We're probably going to get thrown another curveball. I'll probably be late to another stream. I'm sorry, all right? It happens. But today I was on time. Today I was right on time. I did everything that I needed to do this morning, and then some. Everything. I got everything done. My morning routine allowed me to get in the right mindset because, okay, what do I got to do? I got to do this. 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 Done. Boom. I was out here ready to go at 11 a.m. Dude, I made my bed today. I brushed my teeth. I put on deodorant. I took vitamins because I sit here all day. I don't exactly work out. You got to take vitamins. I used my mouthwash. I listened to 3 songs, right? I played with the dog. I played around with the dog as best as you can when he has heartworms. I took him out. He went to the bathroom. I called my parents. I had a couple of things to talk to them about. Namely, it was about the Bills losing. Sorry. And kind of figuring out plans for this coming weekend. I got out here. I did some work on the Coronet, figuring out the next steps that I need to do. And I started the stream early today. Once again, your morning routine is your hedge against entropy. It's really, really important that's really important for building discipline, dude. Very important. Yeah, Titan has heartworms. Don't worry. What songs? Okay. I listened to Joker and the Thief by Wolfmother, Find Your Way Back by Jefferson Starship, and Let's Go by The Cars. Yesterday, Starship Day, Countdown by Rush. That's on purpose. Yesterday was Countdown by Rush. The Song Remains the Same by Led Zeppelin. That's my favorite Led Zeppelin song. And I had Run to You by Bryan Adams in there. Never heard of any of those? Find Your Way Back is an awesome song. No Starman? Here we go. I don't like David Bowie. I don't hate. It's just, I don't get that fire behind me when I listen to Bowie. I really don't. Except for, there's a couple of songs here and there, but I'm not the biggest Bowie guy. Like, and don't get me wrong, I respect the hell out of that dude. He's awesome. Awesome musician. I get it. It's not music that I listen to too much. You see that Rush are on tour again? Yep. Hey, Hippie Joe, what's up, man? Find Your Way Back. Lycan is an awesome song. I think you'd like it. Yeah, Thick, we've seen it. No Major Tom? No. I don't like that song. I don't like that. Space Oddity, I hate that song. I don't like that song at all. It implies failure in the space program. I don't like that. I'm not a fan of that. Do you prefer classic rock? Yeah, I'm a classic rock guy, Jeff. Yeah. Anything from like 1965 to like 1993. That's my jam, dude. That's what I listen to. I listen to boomer music. Sorry, I don't know what to tell you. It's really good music. Screw me, right? I know about the Rover, Norris. Dude, I've listened to every Led Zeppelin song, man. I know the Rover's an awesome song. I would love to listen to music, listen to this music with you guys, but that ship sailed a long time ago. Can't do that. Yeah. But I will say, for those 3 decades of music that I basically encapsulated, I do listen to a wide variety of stuff. It's not just all classic rock. There is some pop, there's synthwave in there, there's new wave, there's punk in there. Yeah. There's all kinds of stuff. But have you heard of a small band named AC/DC? Yeah. So on Friday, I listened to 3 songs from Powerage. I listened to Rock and Roll Damnation, Down Payment Blues, and Riff Raff, if you really want to know. I know, Element, you know what's funny? Half the people are like, I've never heard of those AC/DC songs. Yeah, I know. That's the point. Powerage is a fantastic album. Yeah, really good. you're adding Tom Petty to your music life. Tom Petty's pretty good, man. Pretty good. I don't really listen to ska too much, Jeff, to be honest with you. There's like 1 or 2 songs that I like, but I'm not like one of those that like, oh my god, ska is the best music ever. I'm like, okay. I think this stream isn't about KSP anymore. Yeah. No, that, I stream for like 10 hours a day, Leo. If I take 15 minutes to talk about something other than KSP, it's really funny because people always find a need to tell me that, like, oh, this doesn't seem like space news, or this doesn't seem like KSP. Yeah. No, it's good though. No, you're not wrong. If you were in the Martian situation and you had a single genre in the computer, but only that genre, and it wasn't a general thing you listen to, or genre that you listen to, what genre would you listen to? Classical. You like both though, don't worry, okay? I've seen it, Geek, yeah. Classical music is awesome, dude. It's pretty metal. Seriously, if you look at the music theory behind like power metal and like classical music, oh yeah. Same thing. Seriously, think about it. All right. Depends on the song. All right, I'm much happier with this thruster configuration. We just really need a way to cut out the back thrusters, or just, I can always do it manually. I'd prefer the manual stuff, guys. I know that sounds ridiculous, but I prefer to save my action groups, for stuff that you're gonna need real quick, right? That's what I like my AGs for, like an abort system or something that you need to do expediently. Arming all of your RCS and making sure it's configured correctly is usually not a time-sensitive thing to do. So I'd prefer to not use AGs for that. I would much rather use a bunch of the action groups for an abort system. Heavy BQD venting. Yeah, I see that. Is this capsule Orion inspired? It's something analogous in function to Orion, but it's not exactly Orion. Yeah, I've seen him smile, yep. I don't have an RP1 series, no. swear to God. Yeah, in order to get this thing to work correctly, 95, I have to close one fairing on another fairing so I can get the service module to jive correctly with the capsule during service module jettison and during LES jettison, or LES separation. So in order to do that, you got to close the fairing. I got to close the fairing on another fairing. So whenever sometimes when I go to close that fairing, it thinks I'm trying to click on this stupid freaking fairing, and it selects it, and it thinks I'm trying to detach it, and I detach it, and it deletes my service module fairing because game. That's really goddamn annoying because we just figured I just got all the thrusters configured, and that was the last closeout step. It has to be closed. Could it be an odd click? Why would I? Yes, it has to be closed. It won't separate correctly. It won't separate correctly otherwise. Would it make sense to tweak this? Would it make sense to save file tweak for proper alignment at this point? I don't understand what that means. I don't know what you're trying to say. That's the exact reason why I attached everything to the back fairing instead of the forward fairing, just in case that happened again. It's just annoying. It's just another thing that you have to do. In varying editing, you can change the closed value to true. No. Yeah. All right. Good. All right, guys. Well, we completed all the missions that I wanted to do today. We got to send the capsule on another test flight, but we'll do that tomorrow because it's time for space news. I need to go get another cup of coffee. Apparently my morning routine coffee wasn't enough coffee. So, everybody's been linking that SpaceX, the Starship footage of the landing. So, yeah, let's go talk about it. But yeah, we'll get another crew flight with that thing tomorrow, and we'll just make sure the RPOD functions are working. The rendezvous proximity operations and docking functions are all working correctly. Yeah, that'll be good. But anyway, you guys know the drill. I'm gonna jog the VOD over on YouTube and on Twitch. Just chill here for a second. You're gonna get a momentary loss of signal here. I'm just gonna go grab another cup of coffee and yeah, and jog it so space, because wow, my brain just stopped working. Holy crap, that was bad. I'm going to jog the YouTube VOD and we'll play music here on Twitch. I'll be back probably in about 20 to 30 minutes. More like 20 because it's 4:50 right now. We'll say 20 minutes. I'm just going to go down, get a new pair of socks, and get something to eat real quick. I'll be back in a moment. Stand by for loss of signal on the YouTube side of things. That's going to do it for part 10. We'll do part 11 tomorrow, where we have another crew flight with the capsule. But yeah, stay tuned. Space news is coming up.
Discovery, go at throttle up.